Among our top stories, former President Trump will be back in court this morning for his criminal hush money trial. A new poll shows Trump with the edge over President Biden in 5 of 6 battleground states. And get ready for a lot of company on the road for Memorial Day weekend. Details ahead. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Tuesday. Sunshine, a high near 90. Tonight's low near 65. Right now, 64 degrees. Well, the New York hush money trial of former President Trump enters day 17 with ex-lawyer Michael Cohen still on the stand. Here's Fox's Gernal Scott.
Cohen returns a day after his contention to a jury that former President Trump was in on multiple instances of payment to keep people quiet during the 2016 campaign. Cohen said it included coordinating suppression of negative press while bringing out unflattering stories about rivals, true or not. The former president says there is no case and focused his criticism on Judge Juan Merchan.
We have a corrupt judge. And we have a judge who's highly conflicted, and he's keeping me from campaigning.
The prosecution will have more questions for Cohen today. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
As our Decision 2024 coverage continues, polls show former President Trump leading President Biden in 5 states. Here's Fox's Mike Emanuel.
Former President Trump leads President Biden in 5 critical battleground states: Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, Georgia, and Pennsylvania among registered voters. Among likely voters, that same poll from the New York Times and Siena College reveals a tighter race, with Mr. Trump leading in 5 states, but with Mr. Biden ahead in Michigan and narrowly behind Mr. Trump in Wisconsin and Pennsylvania. It is unclear at the moment if Trump and Biden will face off on the debate stage this fall, though both sound eager to do it. The latest polling reveals a shift among young, Black, and Hispanic voters desiring change and unhappy about the economy and military action in Gaza.
Well, State Secretary Antony Blinken is in Kyiv for an unannounced visit, reassuring Ukraine that the U.S. stands behind them. He mentioned assistance from a recently passed aid package as he spoke with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky.
The assistance is now on the way. Some of it's already arrived. More of it will be arriving. And that's going to make a real difference against the ongoing Russian aggression.
The aid package dedicated $60 billion for Ukraine, with most going to their air defense systems. Well, cleanup is underway following yesterday's heavy weather. Power was out all morning in the Frio County town of Moore in neighboring Atascosa County. The wind blew the roof off the Pop to Tops bar and carried it down the road. The storm also broke trees and knocked down power lines. There were no injuries reported. Well, there's been another guilty plea in connection with the investigation into Texas Congressman Henry Cuellar.
Irada Akhundova pled guilty May 1st in federal court in Houston to acting as an agent for Azerbaijan without registering with federal officials. Cuellar and his wife Imelda have been charged with accepting nearly $600,000 from 2014 to 2021 in exchange for the former congressman advancing the interest of that country and a Mexican bank. Cuellar says he and his wife are innocent. One of Cuellar's top former aides, Colin Strother, and a Texas political and business consultant, Florencia Rodin, struck plea deals in March on felony money laundering charges related to the Mexican bank. Lisa Lacera, Fox News.
Well, there's a legal battle brewing between Texas and the federal government over the ownership of a tiny island that sits in the middle of the Rio Grande. Fronten Island is a key part of the state's strategy to stop a surge of illegal immigration.
It is where the cartels are nightly fighting each other, and it became a very large refuge from any type of law enforcement or military
Land Commissioner Don Buckingham says since it was claimed by Texas, human smuggling in that area has declined, but an investigation by the International Boundary and Water Commission shows the island is federal property. They sent a letter to Texas ordering state forces to leave. Buckingham says it makes no sense why the feds are fighting against Texas when Operation Lone Star is working. Well, a Katy ISD teacher has a court appearance today following his arrest on child pornography charges. Police arrested 53-year-old James Paul Stone at his home, where they reportedly found thousands of images of child porn. Stone admitted he'd taken some of the photos at beaches and local swimming pools and on the campus of Tompkins High School, where he taught social studies. Stone is charged with 9 counts of possessing child porn. His wife is the principal of another school in the Katy ISD. Well, the upcoming Memorial holiday is expected to be a big one, leading into the busy summer travel season.
The Memorial Day weekend is right around the corner, and experts are predicting a record number of travelers. Daniel Armbruster with AAA Texas says 3.6 million Texans are expected to hit the road during the upcoming 3-day weekend. That's a nearly 5% increase over last year.
Even a 3.5% increase over 2019, which was a record year for travel before this.
He says most people will be traveling by car. That means the top destinations will be the Texas coastline and San Antonio's Riverwalk. I'm Beth Myers, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
It is 5:06, news at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy, traffic and weather coming up.
Hello. Yeah, yes, Tim, I did get that nasty weather yesterday. Chris Duell not with us today, but he will be back mañana, hopefully. Not really sure. He might not be here the rest of the week. I'll let him deal with that. But stand by, guys. We'll be right with you. Good morning and welcome into Tuesday, the 14th of May. 175 days till the 2024 election. 114 days till NFL's opening night. Kansas City Chiefs and Baltimore Ravens. 73 days till the Paris Olympics. And only 13 days until Memorial Day. And more than important than that, Charity, is you're back.
Oh, hey, how you doing?
Great. We missed you, man.
Oh, thanks.
You know who really missed you is all the people that watch us on the YouTube stream. They had to deal with seeing me and Chris for 3 days. And yes, they were all whining about it. They were like, "Come on, where's Charity? We want to see Charity."
That's sweet.
Well, you're the eye candy.
Oh, well, thank you. Thank you. I hear an echo.
I know. I'm hearing an echo too.
Interesting. Weird.
Why am I hearing an echo?
I don't know. I'm making sure all my TV monitors are down in here. You know, I've been off a few days. I probably,
because I'm hearing it. I'm hearing it now. Wait. Yeah, see, it's like a delay somewhere. Something's happening.
Okay. It's not me, I promise.
We'll have to get the director, Andrew, on that one. But yeah. So how was your time off? I mean, you had Mother's Day off. How did that go?
Oh, Mother's Day was awesome. We ended up going to this place in New Braunfels that I had never heard of before, but it's called Camp Fimfo. And it's basically like a resort. You can like bring your RV there, but they have like a water park and they have this coaster, this 2-person coaster you can ride. And so I rode with my son, Evan. My husband, Brett, was with our daughter, Ayla, and it was their first quote unquote roller coaster, and it has brakes. You can control the speed on it. So it was the perfect first time coaster for them, but they had an absolute blast. I got spoiled on Mother's Day.
Of course
it was
did.
Wonderful. I was out for medical reasons because I had a little bit of a surgery, basically a little mass, if you must know, removed from my tongue of all things. Yeah, the lateral part of my tongue was just causing me a lot of problems, a lot of pain over the last couple of months. And I figured, my body's trying to tell me something.
Yes.
Let me go see an oral surgeon and get this thing checked out.
So everything's good?
I find out more today, but they removed that mass. So it's my tongue is really sore. It still hurts to talk. So bear with me. But otherwise, I'm doing well. Things are looking up.
Well, then just don't talk. I'm just kidding.
That's
kidding.
my job.
We didn't share what was going on with you with the listeners, but I will share this with them. I got to see what they pulled off her tongue. She showed it to me this morning.
Because you've shown me your guts before, so I felt like it was only right. Like, here, let me show you what they took out of me.
It was nice of them to let you make a keychain out of it, though. I dug that.
No. It's sitting in some liquid somewhere in a little jar. Yeah,
see, and they won't let you take that stuff home. I've asked over and over again, can I just have it? It's mine.
And I felt weird because I was like, can I take a picture of this before you send me off? Like, I want to show people, like, this was what was causing me hell. So,
it looked like it was causing you hell.
It was painful to talk. And luckily, I thought I was going to have a molar extraction as well. But they did another check out of that, and it's all good. So, I'll take the win where I can get it.
All right, we'll try to get this echo out of our heads coming up, but let's get traffic and weather together. Lots of sunshine today, highs in the low 90s tomorrow, except for a few afternoon clouds, more sunshine, highs in the low 90s. And on Thursday, a mixture of cloud and sun with scattered thunderstorms. There's a potential for some severe thunderstorms, highs in the low 80s. 66 in Alamo Heights, 66 at Lackland Air Force Base, and 65 here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 5:14. And it is a Yacht Rock Tuesday here on San Antonio's First News, playing the soft rock from the mid-70s through the mid-80s all morning long. Do I sound like a DJ?
You do. You did that very well.
Hey, no problem. That's what I'm here for. So did you get a lot of that rain yesterday?
Oh, it was glorious. A lot of thunder, a lot of lightning,
a lot of wind.
No hail, thankfully. And wind, yeah.
Yeah, lots of wind, too. I'm still hearing that echo, Andrew. I don't know what's going on, man, but it's still there. All right, so here's what happened to me. I had a doctor's appointment yesterday at 1 o'clock, which I hate doctor's appointments at 1 o'clock. I like them in the morning, but this is a long story. Anyway, I take off to go at right around noon. I barely got to 181 and realized this is stupid. I am not driving all the way to the medical center in this crap. So I pulled over in my subdivision, got on the phone, called them. I said, look, it's just a checkup. Can't we do this on like a telemedicine, do this over the phone?
Mhm.
Well, let me check with the doctor and I'll get back with you. So great. I'm turning around going back home. So I go home and they call me and say, all right, it's going to happen sometime between now and 2:00. So they did it.
Okay.
All done. But it was coming down in buckets. It was buckets of rain. Yeah. And that wind. And I mean, it was bad. It was bad. So much so I thought, this is just ridiculous. Why am I going to put my life at risk to go for a checkup?
That was the right call to make. People don't know how to drive in those conditions. I was in New Braunfels at the time with my mother having lunch at Krause's Cafe. Excellent schnitzel, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
So we were hanging out in their beer garden and just saw the rain coming down. And then on the way back home, you saw all the accidents.
Yes.
But on the radar, you saw a lot of magenta, like
Yes.
potential for hail. It could have gotten really bad in some spots.
Yeah, it could have gotten really, really bad. But, we needed the rain. I love the rain, but, not all at once. We really need to get it all at one time.
I think we have more chances
I
coming
know.
up.
Yeah, it looks like Thursday and Friday as well, but
Mhm.
I'll be out of town. I'm leaving Friday to go to the coast. So,
Lucky you.
yeah, we'll see what happens. All right, coming up, we're going to do something with Talkback Day, a little bit different today, but we're going to try it coming up. Stick around. Sorry, everybody watching on the YouTube was trying to get this damn echo in our heads going. I've got a computer issue as well. It's been throwing me off all morning. I can't open up anything on my computer. It's Studios of the Future, man. Studios of the Future. Future's not so bright, man. Anyway, thanks for hanging out with us. Hopefully I get through this day. Okay, Charlie will be in at about 7:00. He's going to come in for a little extended visit this morning. So it'll be like getting the whole band back together. Me, Charlie, Charity. It'll be awesome. It'll be fun. All right, guys. I'm going to go away for a little bit. It is a Yacht Rock Tuesday here on San Antonio's First News. I'm Mr. T. She's Charity McCurdy. Chris Duell out today. We don't know when he'll be back, but we're just hoping he will be back soon. Andrew Zimmel and EJ flying the Millennium Falcon. Coming up, we're going to ask you a talkback question that I think could be very interesting this morning, Charity.
Yeah, there's this viral photo making the rounds at a recent Taylor Swift Paris concert, and it's really sparked a lot of outrage because it shows a baby lying on the floor, and not just anywhere. We're talking in the pit section where there's no seats, where this baby could potentially be trampled or injured. So a lot of people are like, what the hell? Why did you bring a baby? And we're talking like probably one.
I couldn't tell because they had like a little cover over it, but it was definitely a baby.
Yeah.
So Charity, coming up right after headlines, traffic, and weather together, we're going to ask people a question. But what's going on right now?
Well, former President Trump's ex-lawyer will be back on the stand today in his hush money trial. President Biden is trailing Trump in 5 of 6 key battleground states in new polling. And a San Antonio couple is set to appear on HGTV's House Hunters program. We'll have details coming up. Right now, traffic and weather together.
It's going to be nice for the next couple of days, but we got more rain in the forecast. How much and when? We welcome in News 4 San Antonio meteorologist Jeanette Kaye. Good morning, Jeanette. Thanks, Jeanette. 65 degrees. WOAI News Time, 5:23. Christopher Cross on this Yacht Rock Tuesday. He's on the Mount Rushmore, Charity.
Big time.
Definitely. All right, so Charity just told you the story once again. A concert in Paris, a Taylor Swift concert in Paris. There was somebody took their baby to the show, had it on the floor. And my first thought was, like, I've seen this happen before, is that poor baby's ears.
Well, the baby had a headphones on, but yeah, I mean, you're that close. It's not going to do the job at all.
Yeah. So what we're going to ask you on the talkback feature available on the free iHeartRadio app. If you don't have it, download it. It's free. Once you get there, search 1200 WOAI. You'll see a circle with the microphone in it. You hit it. You got 30 seconds. Here's what we want to know, Charity. What's the strangest or bizarre, however you want to look at it, thing you have seen at a concert? And I'll start it right now.
Do it.
I went to Farm Aid in Irving, Texas at the old Cowboy Stadium back in the early 90s with my wife and some other people. And I thought I had seen just about everything at a show.
Mm-hmm.
And believe it or not, there was a woman, what's a good way to put this, giving the guy oral sex, right? Like four rows in front of us. This isn't a break during the show between bands. And I'm looking at my buddy Ray. I'm like, what the heck is going on here, man?
That is just pretty disgusting. Right in front of everybody.
Right in front of everybody.
Okay.
And there was a lot of people there. And that wasn't all I saw there. Plus, I've been to many shows. I went to Ozfest, and the people in front of us had their probably about 7-year-old kid with them. And I'm thinking to myself, why? Why would you do that?
It's just not a good idea. It's, who knows what they could be subjected to. I would have to say, and this is not even that wild and crazy, but it was for me. early 20s, My Chemical Romance, mosh pit. This guy was just a glutton for punishment. I mean, he was getting like punched and elbowed in the face. He was already bleeding, but he was going back for more and more and more. I guess that's like a common occurrence in mosh pits. I don't know. That's not my thing. I stay as far away from them as possible.
I stand on the outside of them and watch because sometimes it's fascinating to see, like you said, because it's a phenomenon and people get in there and they love getting beat up.
It's wild.
It is
Absolutely
wild. So share us your on TalkBack feature available on the iHeartRadio app. I've had a hard time here. I got too many screens that aren't working here. What we want to hear is what's the strangest thing you've ever seen at a concert? I mean, really, you've got to have seen something, whether it's somebody taking their kid to the show or anything.
Mm-hmm.
Share it with us and we'll share them all morning long. Right now, here's your Fox Business News. All right, guys, I'm back. I can't see anything on this thing, man. Got no computer in here, so I'm going blind. I'll just talk to you guys off the air real quick. What's the strangest things you guys have ever seen at a concert? I mean, I've seen some bizarre stuff, but that thing at Farm Aid, we also saw somebody shooting up at that same show. Yeah, in between bands, going to get a beer, see a guy actually shooting up on the floor. It was unbelievable. And Farm Aid was pretty good, too. Troy Caldwell, right before he died, was one of the acts that day, the guy from Marshall Tucker Band. It was awesome. Good times. All right, I'm going to try to see if this thing's going to work. Echo 5 Hotel, Charlie will be in the 7 o'clock hour. He's going to come in around 7 to hang out with me. I believe, Tim, that's an excellent point. I would never take my daughters until they were teenagers. I took my youngest daughter to go see Green Day. I took my oldest daughter to go see Aerosmith, but they were 17 at the time, not kids. I would never take a kid to a show. First of all, they don't belong there. Second of all, what about their hearing? What about their ears, man? That just bothers me. Why people, if you spend the money on a concert ticket, can't you get a babysitter? My God. How is everybody doing today? Got 21 people on here, and I only see about 9, so okay. Well, hell. Yeah, hopefully Chris will be back soon. We don't know how long he's going to be out. His mom is taking a turn, so he is hanging with her this morning. So I don't know when he's going to be back. But, hey, all right, Travis. Multitasking is cool, but, I like stuff that works would be great. Yeah, our thoughts and prayers for Chris and his family right now as they go through this. But, yeah, I heard from him yesterday evening, and he was not doing so well. He was just, dealing with what he has to deal with. And I know it's tough. I remember when my dad died, it was one of the hardest times ever, man. So, and Chris very close to his mom, so it's got to be tough. So hopefully he will return. He needs to take as much time as he needs, but we do miss him. Definitely miss him. So we'll try to get through this morning. Hopefully I can get all these technical things worked out in this room right now, because right now I'm having to use a laptop over here to my left to do things because this screen over here I finally got working, but I don't know how long it's going to work. Studios of the future, everybody. It's great. Yeah, that sucks when you got bad ears, man. Mine are bad, but mine's self-inflicted, Tim. Been to a lot of concerts, and I like them loud. Louder the better, I used to say. What? So everybody doing good this morning? Everybody, I'm glad Charity's back. This would have been fun without Charity, huh? Yeah. All right. Hang on, guys. Hang on. Doo-doom, doo-doom. Doo-doom, doo-doom. It is wonderful when it works, Oscar. Just for some reason in this room that we're in right now, it has a tendency not to work all the time. Oh, well, thank you for your service, Tim. Appreciate it. So say good morning to Oscar, Tim, Travis, Echo 5 Hotel, Where's Tracy Bogart? I saw him in here earlier. Is he not here? Jonathan, good morning. Thought Tracy Bogart was in here earlier. Where's Tracy? There he is. Yes, I am ready too. Actually, I'm headed to South Padre Friday, so I'll be back after Memorial Day, actually. I'll be back in town before Memorial Day, but I won't be back here till after Memorial Day. And then only have to work till Thursday that week, and it's Saxon and Uriah Heep. It's going to be awesome. Oh, man. So did everybody get a lot of rain yesterday? Oh, no, I got pounded. And got some rain, too. Here at the bottom, I'm going to let you guys listen to Charity because she went like 4 days without hearing from her. I'm going to let you hear her news coming up at the bottom of the hour. And then I'm going to step out for a minute and step out and get me some more coffee and see if I can't kick something to make stuff work. All right, guys, I'm going away. Here comes Charity.
.532 is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Tuesday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, former President Trump's hush money trial resumes this morning. More primary elections are being held today, and Texas Democrats demand more school funding. Details ahead. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Tuesday. Sunshine, a high near 90. Tonight's low near 65. Right now, 64 degrees. Well, former President Trump's hush money trial in New York City resumes with his former attorney, Michael Cohen, back on the stand. Here's Fox's Brooks Singman.
Michael Cohen will testify again for the prosecution when court resumes, and former President Trump's defense team could begin their highly anticipated cross-examination to push back on that testimony. Now, in his first day on the stand, Cohen testified to personally paying $130,000 to Stormy Daniels by using a home equity line of credit to hide it from his own wife. Cohen said he did that because Trump wanted the story taken care of and buried until after the 2016 election. Cohen says former Trump Organization CFO Alan Weisselberg facilitated his reimbursement plan and that Trump himself knew the details of it.
And the trial is set to resume at 8:30 this morning. Well, primary election voters will set the fields in a couple of races that will determine control of the Senate in November. Fox's Jared Halpern has more on Decision 2024.
Democrats in Maryland vote in a hotly contested Senate primary. Congressman David Trone and County Executive Angela Alsobrooks are vying for their party's nomination in a general election matchup against Republican and popular former two-term governor Larry Hogan. Hogan's entry into the race boosted the GOP's outlook in the usually reliably blue state. In West Virginia, a crowded field of candidates looks to replace retiring Democrat Joe Manchin in the Senate. It's considered one of the best flip opportunity contenders. Governor Jim Justice, who has the endorsement of former President Trump, he faces off against Congressman Alex Mooney. In Washington, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
Meantime, President Biden is trailing former President Trump in 5 of 6 key battleground states in new polling. The New York Times, Siena College, and the Philadelphia Inquirer surveys found Trump ahead of Biden in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, Georgia, and Pennsylvania. Biden, meanwhile, narrowly leads Trump in Wisconsin among registered voters. Biden won all 6 of the states in 2020. Well, Secretary of State Antony Blinken is in Ukraine as new American weapons begin to arrive.
Antony Blinken said it was wonderful to be back in Kyiv, stepping off the train after a 9-hour ride. No express service either for the tranche of US weapons only now reaching the Ukrainian front line. Air defenses, artillery, and long-range guided missiles, supplies Ukraine's been waiting for months. Their troops are battling a new cross-border Russian advance towards Ukraine's second city, Kharkiv. Secretary Blinken is meeting President Volodymyr Zelensky. A senior US official says he'll deliver a message of reassurance at a difficult moment. Jonathan Savage, Fox News.
Well, 39 Texas House Democrats have signed onto a letter written by Houston area Representative John Rosenthal asking for a boost to public education funding. Rosenthal wants Governor Abbott to call a special session, but doesn't think it'll happen. The Democrats want an increase of $1,000 in the basic allotment, which is how much a school gets per year per child. The letter also asked for more money for a new safety allotment. It was passed last session, but no money has been allocated. Well, the head of one of the world's largest religious TV networks, which is based in Texas, is under fire for her use of a private jet.
Normally, the use of a private jet by a television executive is not a scandal, but in this case, the 24 flights between Dallas and Colorado are raising questions. That's because the Dallas-based religious broadcaster Daystar TV is registered as a church.
They've classified themselves as a church so they don't have to file any public financial information.
Pete Evans is with the Trinity Foundation, which led the investigation. He says the network's president's trips to Colorado were to see her boyfriend, and it was church donations that paid for all that jet fuel. That's not illegal, but he says it seems to be immoral. Michael Board, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
Well, a San Antonio couple will soon make an appearance on HGTV's House Hunters. Trevor and Rosalie Johnson will be on the latest season of the series, sharing their search for a home in San Antonio. The episode, called Find the Charm in San Antonio, will air on May 30th at 10 p.m. on HGTV and Max. It is 5:37 now with breaking crime news from around the country. Here's Nancy Grace.
Frog Strangler. Haven't heard that in a while.
Traffic and weather together in a minute. But first, check of your money in the world of business. We say good morning to Ed Corey live at the Bloomberg News Desk. All right, thanks, Ed. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Here's traffic and weather.
Welcome into a Yacht Rock Tuesday here on San Antonio's First News. Mr. T, along with Charity McCurdy. Chris Duell out. Don't know when he'll be back again, but hopefully very, very soon. Flying the Millennium Falcon, Andrew Zimmel, who's also directing the live stream, available on YouTube. If you want to go check it out, just search 1200 WOAI. You can check us out. EJ actually pulling the triggers, flying the Millennium Falcon. He is keeping us on course. Well, yesterday, Michael Cohen testified in the criminal fraud trial of former President Donald Trump. Now, he said yesterday that his part in the payment made to keep Stormy Daniels' story out of the press before the 2016 presidential election, that was his job. That was his job, Charity.
Yeah, and apparently Trump told him every step along the way, just do it, just take care of it. And Cohen solicited feedback from Trump at every point in the process, from the moment he learned of the allegations to the day payments were actually executed. But again, it's amazing the prosecution, the two, star witnesses consist of a convicted liar and a porn star. So,
yeah.
What is the jury going to do with that exactly?
I don't know if they're going to take him, how do you take a liar at face value? You can't do that. He also revealed, Cohen did, that he secretly recorded some conversations with Trump about the arrangements made in those payoffs. Here's a little bit.
When it comes time for the financing, which will be,
what financing?
we'll have to pay you. So
Now, he says he secretly did this to what, Charity? He wanted to have proof that this happened to kind of back him up?
Yeah, to show that, I guess, the National Enquirer CEO, David Pecker, to prove that Trump would reimburse him somehow. I don't know. It's just dicey all the way around.
Which I can't believe they let him bring that up in court, because I'm pretty sure that's illegal, isn't it, to record somebody without their knowledge?
We'll have to ask our White House attorney, John Decker. That's definitely a question for me as well.
Yeah, because I know he probably can't play him in court, but bringing it up should be enough to where that it shouldn't happen.
Mm-hmm.
It just shouldn't happen because it's illegal.
Yeah.
So I don't understand that. Well, he's back on the stand today, and from what I understand, the prosecution could wrap up their questioning of him today, and it goes to the defense on Thursday.
Yeah, and you know what? Cohen's going to have to really keep his cool on the stand once Trump lawyers get their turn.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's where you're going to see the real fireworks.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that we don't get to see the fireworks. I wish there was cameras in the courtroom. This is something we should be able to watch because, let's face it, this is history, and I want to see it.
And I'm so, I keep on seeing stories about, the former president snoozed off again. He's falling asleep in court yet again. But then you hear accounts of he, breaks out in a smile when he hears something that gets his attention. So it's his way of concentrating, according to Trump. So some people do that.
If it works, do it.
Yeah.
But I'm going back to, how do you believe Michael Cohen on the stand? That's their star witness. That's the guy they're planning on using him to convict former President Donald Trump when he's a proven liar.
I just think this might not work out in favor of prosecutors, that Trump may end up winning in more ways than one.
Yeah, I agree with that. I still don't think they've proved anything on this case. The Stormy Daniels stuff was totally useless. It didn't have anything to do with what he's being charged with.
All I wonder is the potential impact on female voters, now that they have that visual in their head of the former president in boxers being spanked by a magazine, in the golden tweezers. I don't know.
Well, if the Access Hollywood tape didn't do anything for the women voters in 2016, why should this?
Exactly. I don't know. Because you have a woman testifying on the stand. I don't know if that changes anything.
All right. We'll have more on this coming up. We'll check in with White House correspondent and attorney John Decker coming up in the 7 o'clock hour. Up next, it is Flashback. We'll go back in time. But where will we land? We didn't do so well without you, Charity. We really needed you here. So I'm glad you're back.
Thanks.
WOAI News Time, 5:45. All right, we're back. Well, Michael Cohen went to prison for lying. That's what we know that. And we know who he was lying for, Tracy. I still don't think they've proved anything. That's just my opinion. I don't think they have proved anything that goes by, what they're charging him with. I don't think they've proved anything beyond the shadow of a doubt at all. Well, good morning, Frederick. Yeah, I thought it was illegal, Tracy. I was pretty sure it was. I just can't believe they let him bring it up in this trial. I don't. This whole thing is just ridiculous to me. It's a waste of time, waste of money, because they're not proving anything. GiveMeTheVin.com. All right, everybody. What's over here? I'll get it. The teacher is back, huh? Kemper.
In this ever-changing real estate market, you need to choose the agent who has more five-star reviews than any other agent in San Antonio. Now, that's how Levi Rogers Real Estate Group caught my attention. Now, their motto is, with us, you win, and with good reason. Not only are they number one in San Antonio, they're also number one in all of Texas. Levi Rogers Real Estate Group has a database of over 500,000 prospective buyers and sellers. So if you're concerned with the lack of inventory or property you think you can't sell, well, Levi and his team are living proof that it's not about the market, it's about hiring the right agent. Just go to lrgrealty.com. You get a free evaluation of what really work. It only takes about 30 seconds. And the answer, well, that may surprise you. Levi Rogers guarantees to sell your home or he will buy it himself. In fact, if you qualify, you get an offer in as little as 48 hours. Levi strategically fought for our country, and now he fights for every dollar for your home and what it's worth. Now find out now. Just go to lrgrealty.com. Your air conditioner will cool faster, use less energy, and last longer when you let us Nomarize it for only $129. We're going to adjust 6 different systems back to factory spec and get your outside coils correctly because the air conditioning coils get so hot that dust is blowing in the air. It's great. Our environmentally friendly solution just solves that fake on plaque. So your coils can travel
Yeah.
inside your home to the outdoors. And you're going to be thrilled. When you feel the difference, this service.
You can indict a ham sandwich, Tracy. Come on, man. Indictment doesn't mean anything. Come on. We all know why they're doing this. Keep them off the campaign trail. It's working. Yep, I sound like a Republican. Just ahead of headlines, traffic and weather together. It's time to go back in time. Where will we land? Are you ready to play, Charity?
Let's do it.
Let's go. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. I have an idea, Charity, and it's not the middle one.
Okay. I'm thinking 82.
That's exactly what I'm thinking. So
Okay.
let's go with 1982. Hey, look at there. I remember this song when it came out and just going, what? Why are they doing that? Charity, what else is going on?
Donald Trump's fixer turned foe, Michael Cohen, will be back on the stand today in the former president's hush money trial. A San Antonio man is behind bars after broadsiding an SAPD patrol car in broad daylight. And AAA is predicting an increase in travel this Memorial Day weekend nationwide compared to last year. We'll have the latest coming up. Right now, traffic and weather together.
Sunny skies today, highs and low 90s, except for a few afternoon clouds tomorrow. Lots of sunshine, highs and low 90s. Thursday, a mixture of clouds and sun with scattered thunderstorms, a potential for some severe thunderstorms, highs in the low to mid 80s. 66 at the Dominion, 66 at Woodlawn Lake, and 65 here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 5:54. Yacht Rock Tuesday here on San Antonio's First News. Mr. T along with Charity McCurdy. Chris Duell out today, but that's okay. We got you covered. All right, Charity. So we brought this up earlier. There was a concert in Paris, Taylor Swift, where somebody brought their kid to the show. And we're talking 1 year, maybe 2 years old.
Yeah, it was a baby pretty much.
Yeah. And they had it on the floor, and there was a lot of uproar over that. So we asked you via the talkback feature on the available on the free iHeartRadio app. All you have to do is get the app if you don't have it. If you have it, just search 1200 WOAI, hit the circle with the microphone in it. You got 30 seconds to tell us. We're looking for what is the strangest or bizarre thing that you've seen at a concert. Let's start with Lance. That is kind of bizarre. If you want to go ahead and throw in there, the best concert you've ever seen, we'll take that as well. All right. You remember the teacher out in Lytle who does the announcements and has his kids do the Friday song with them?
Yes.
He actually sent us a video of the kids doing that.
Oh, I can't wait to see it.
I'll send it to you, but we played the audio yesterday. Well, Steven's on the line right now. Let's go to Steven. Thanks, Steven. Yeah, that is pretty wild to see somebody fall down at a concert. I don't necessarily like that.
But I'm just glad people actually stood up and did something to help out.
Well, he said it was older people, so, they care.
Yeah.
They care. All right, let's go to Kemper. Yeah, but thank God it was the Partridge Family.
Yeah, that's pretty family friendly.
Yeah, usually is. But like I said, I was at Ozfest, and me and my buddy Glenn were sitting there, and there was a couple in front of us, and they had like a 6-year-old kid with them, and that kid was not loving the show.
No, and it's a distraction to others who are trying to enjoy it. I'm like one of those parents where if I see something happen with another child, like they're potentially in danger, I can't relax.
Yeah, I can't either. It bothers me. And I want to say something, but I don't.
Mm-hmm.
I don't, because I don't want to fight my way out of a concert. All right, coming up in the 6 o'clock hour, we'll get more of your talkbacks, hopefully available on the free iHeartRadio app. And we'll talk more about the span of the destroyed Key Bridge was removed by an explosion, which was kind of cool yesterday. We'll talk about that coming up. Right now, WOAI News Time, 5:58.
.601 is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Tuesday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, former President Trump will be back in court this morning for his criminal hush money trial, and get ready for a lot of company on the road for the upcoming Memorial Day weekend. Details ahead. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Tuesday: sunny skies, a high in the low 90s. Tonight's low near 65. Right now, 64 degrees. Well, former President Trump's hush money trial in New York City continues this morning, and his former lawyer, Michael Cohen, is set to take the stand again. Here's Fox's Eric Shawn.
After tying former President Trump directly into the alleged illegal scheme to falsify business records and hide his affair with Stormy Daniels. Cohen, of course, the longtime former loyal fixer, well, he turned on President Trump, implicating him in that scheme to pay Stormy and do it, he said, to protect the president's presidential election campaign. Cohen told the jury Stormy Daniels' story of having sex with the former president hit their inner circle like a bombshell. He said Trump told him, quote, "This is a disaster, a total disaster. Women are going to hate me. This is going to be a disaster for the campaign."
The trial is set to resume at 8:30 this morning. As our Decision 2024 coverage continues, polls show former President Trump leading President Biden in 5 states. Here's Fox's Mike Emanuel.
Former President Trump leads President Biden in 5 critical battleground states: Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, Georgia, and Pennsylvania among registered voters. Among likely voters, that same poll from the New York Times and Siena College reveals a tighter race, with Mr. Trump leading in 5 states, but with Mr. Biden ahead in Michigan and narrowly behind Mr. Trump in Wisconsin and Pennsylvania. It is unclear at the moment if Trump and Biden will face off on the debate stage this fall, though both sound eager to do it. The latest polling reveals a shift among young, Black, and Hispanic voters desiring change and unhappy about the economy and military action in Gaza.
Well, cleanup is underway following Monday's heavy weather. Power was out all morning in the Frio County town of Moore in neighboring Atascosa County. The wind blew the roof off the Tops bar and carried it down the road. The storm also broke trees and knocked down power lines. There were no injuries reported. 2 new Uvalde CISD board members, including the uncle of a murdered child from the Robb Elementary School shooting nearly 2 years ago, were sworn in last night.
The newest board members are Jacqueline Gonzalez and Jesse Rizzo, whose niece Jackie Cazares was one of the 21 students killed. Rizzo immediately addressed community concerns about transparency.
At what point can we speak? At what point can we not address him, but address y'all?
New board president Cal Lambert referred to the Open Meetings Act to avoid violations. Outside, Rizzo's brother-in-law and Jackie's father, Javier Cazares, spoke optimistically to News 4.
A sprinkle of fresh water in this stagnant water, and hopefully one day we'll get some fresh flow, and CISD will flourish like it should.
Eric Lycum, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
A Katy ISD teacher has a court appearance today following his arrest on child pornography charges. Police arrested 53-year-old James Paul Stone at his home, where they reportedly found thousands of images of child porn. Stone admitted he'd taken some of the photos at beaches, local swimming pools, and on the campus of Tompkins High School, where he taught social studies. Stone is charged with 9 counts of possessing child porn. His wife is the principal of another school in the Katy ISD. Well, the upcoming Memorial holiday weekend is expected to be a big one, leading into the busy summer travel season.
The Memorial Day weekend is right around the corner, and experts are predicting a record number of travelers. Daniel Armbruster with AAA Texas says 3.6 million Texans are expected to hit the road during the upcoming 3-day weekend. That's a nearly 5% increase over last year.
Even a 3.5% increase over 2019, which was a record year for travel before this.
He says most people will be traveling by car. That means the top destinations will be the Texas coastline and San Antonio's Riverwalk. I'm Beth Myers, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
It is 6:06. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Traffic and weather coming up.
See you later, Tim. San Antonio's first news on this Yacht Rock Tuesday. Mr. T, along with Charity McCurdy, Chris Duell out, EJ flying the Millennium Falcon. Little assist from Andrew Zimmel, who is actually directing the YouTube live stream. If you want to check us out, just go to YouTube, search 1200 WOAI. Watch us, see what's going on. You get a little behind the scenes look at what's happening. Charity, they get to see what's going on, and they're like looking at you, obviously.
Oh, God.
I'm serious.
Well, thank you.
We made them look at us for the last few days, and now we're giving them more of you.
Well, they don't have a whole lot of options. I am the only female here, so yeah, you're stuck with me.
This is true. This is true, and yeah, and you obviously look better than me and Chris. So you are the eye candy. Where you're just the, your side pieces. Just kidding.
Well, when you put it that way.
Yeah, we're just here to extenuate, how good looking you are. They just look at us and go, well, that's why they're on radio. Why is she?
You're too kind. You're buttering me up upon my return. I really
am.
appreciate
It's
it.
just we missed you, so we figured we'd
you.
butter you up for a little while and see what's going on. All right, coming up this hour, we'll talk about that span of that bridge that got collapsed in Baltimore, Maryland.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they blew up the rest of it yesterday. They're going to try to open up that harbor. We'll get into that coming right up. But right now, traffic and weather together. Sunny skies today, highs in the low 90s. Tomorrow, except for a few afternoon clouds, mainly sunny, highs in the low 90s. Then on Thursday, a mixture of clouds and sun with scattered thunderstorms, a potential for some severe thunderstorms, highs in the low to mid 80s. It is 64 in Kirby, 64 in Leon Valley, and 64 here at the Radio Ranch. WOAI News Time, 6:11. It is a Yacht Rock Tuesday, and boy, I've heard some good ones this morning, Charity.
Breaking out all the Yacht Rock jams.
Yes, it's it's the extended dance versions of a lot of these Yacht Rock songs.
I mean, we love Christopher Cross, but I mean, he gets a lot of play. I'm glad that we're branching out. This is good.
I am glad as well. All right, we're still looking for your talkbacks. What's the strangest or most bizarre thing you've seen in a concert? If you want to go ahead and throw in what was your best concert, feel free to do that. All you have to do is go to the iHeartRadio app. If you don't have it, download it. It's free. Once you get it, search 1200 WOAI. You got 30 seconds. Tell us what's going on. I mean, look, with what happened at that Taylor Swift show in Paris, where somebody brought their little kid there, a little baby, and had it sitting on the floor. Yes, it had earphones on, but I still think that wasn't enough, Charity.
No, it's just there in a place where it was the pit section, so there was no seats. So this baby could have been trampled on. And I think that's why it's creating such an uproar.
It just, look, I've never understood taking your kids to a concert anyway. I waited till my daughters were 17 before I took them to a show.
I think it was an issue if they didn't have childcare, but they really wanted to go to this Taylor Swift concert. They had a good seat, and it's Taylor Swift, so they didn't want to miss it, and they were willing to sacrifice their child's safety.
Wow,
for
it's amazing.
Yeah.
It's amazing. All right, so that bridge that collapsed in the port of Baltimore yesterday with a loud boom, they cleared it out, and they're trying to get that port open because it's a very important port, and they're trying to get that boat has been sitting there. That ship has been sitting there since it hit that bridge with all the crew still on that ship.
That is really what's crazy to me, is the fact that those 21 members of the crew are been stuck on that ship. And apparently they're still performing normal crew duties because they have to look after the ship. There's a lot of complicated equipment on that ship, but apparently their cell phones have been confiscated by
Yes.
the FBI as part of the investigation. So they're disconnected from their families. They can't access their banking, their finances, any of their contacts. That's going to be rough. 7 weeks. Wow.
Yeah, it is rough. It is rough. No contact with the outside world. And just think about this too. We've seen pictures of that ship over and over again after it hit that bridge. Just think about all those those just containers of stuff on that ship. Where are they going? I mean, what's on there? That's what I want to know. What is on there?
Yeah, I know there was some hazardous materials. So, I mean, it's a very, very delicate process they're having to perform. But it just goes to show what a huge undertaking this has been. I mean, seems like it's been going on forever. I mean, 7 weeks is a long time.
Yeah, it is a long time, but that port is so important that they need to get it opened up and to blow that bridge up, because if you saw it when they did it, it just took those stanchions that were still up, just went into pieces into the water.
Yeah, and you would think the crew member's safety would be at risk with this demolition, but apparently they're safe, and they were able to finally do these demolitions after finding that sixth construction worker.
Yeah, that's unfortunate too. Yeah, but I'm glad that they're getting that port open because it is very important. We'll keep our eyes on that story. Coming up, though, we're going to share the talkbacks that you are sending us. We'll share them with you coming up in about 5 minutes. WOAI News Time, 6:15. All right, guys, we're here. Everybody doing okay? Whew. I get used to working with Chris. I didn't have him for a long time. Then I get him here, and it's not here. It's kind of throwing me off a little bit. But, hey, we'll get through this, guys. Charlie will be in at around 7 o'clock, so I'll have somebody to play with then. Right now I'm playing by myself. I was going to say play with myself, but that's not too good. All right, here comes Andrew, everybody. Hold on. You know what? Because they're not playing. I'm not playing the talkbacks. That's why you guys can't hear them. So we might have to. I got to see if I can open it back up again, man. So far, I'm having technical issues. I managed to get this computer up where I can see your guys' comments, but other than that, no. Hang on. All right, I'm back. Looks like I'm getting it working now. Hang on. We'll see. We'll see if it stays working. Okay, that's it. 1, 2, 3. That's all we got. All right. Oops. San Antonio's first news on this Yacht Rock Tuesday. Mr. T, along with Charity McCurdy, Chris Duell out. Coming up, Red Lobster shutting down some of its restaurants. We're going to talk about that coming up. But Charity, what else is going on?
Well, former President Trump's ex-lawyer Michael Cohen will be back on the witness stand today in his hush money trial. Democratic Congressman Henry Cuellar doesn't have much staff left following his indictment over bribery charges, and a new shuttle service is now available in downtown San Antonio. We'll tell you about it coming up. Right now, traffic and weather together.
Sunny skies today, highs in low 90s. Tomorrow, except for a few afternoon clouds, mainly sunny, highs in low 90s. Thursday, a mixture of clouds and sun with scattered thunderstorms. There is a potential for some severe thunderstorms, highs in low to mid 80s. It is 65 in Terrell Hills, 65 at City Base, and 64 here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 622. All right, Charity, when's the last time you went to a Red Lobster?
Probably like high school homecoming or prom, something like that.
Remember, it used to be the place to go for celebrations.
Oh,
You
it
remember
was
that?
high class.
Yeah.
Let me tell you.
Well, they're reportedly shuttering at least 48 of its locations, most notably in California and Florida. They're losing 5 locations each. Maryland and Colorado are losing 4. It looks like Texas is going to lose 3. I did have our crack research staff check out and find out that the 3 locations in San Antonio are still operating.
For now.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I wonder what happened.
You know, it's hard to tell. But I really haven't thought about Red Lobster in a long time. Although, like at Costco, you can get their cheddar biscuits mix.
Which are awesome.
Yes, it's so good. But yeah, it's just a sign of the times, I guess.
Yeah, you know, I knew if I lived anywhere near a Red Lobster, I might go every now and then. But I think the closest one to me is 410 and Evers, and that's a long way away from my house.
Mm-hmm.
So or it's Callahan, one of those 410 Callahan, somewhere in that area. Yeah.
Well, you know, it was such a staple for so
Sure.
long. You know, it was like Long John Silver's. They started closing a lot of
Yeah.
those, and they're hard to find.
Yeah, they
if
did.
any.
They started.
Yeah. It's just a bummer. It's a bummer.
Yeah, and if you notice too, the Long John Silver's has now turned into an A&W/Long John Silver's.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. The
Yeah.
combo. It's like
Yeah.
it's like the KFC/Taco
Taco Bell.
Bell's. Yeah.
Which that always bothered me. You know, when I think of Kentucky Fried Chicken, I don't think of Taco Bell.
I know.
You know, I can handle the Long John Silver's and the A&W root beer because I like going and getting a root beer float every now and then.
Yeah. It's like, what
Yeah.
if they threw in like a Panda Express combo with, you know, a Taco Bell or
Yeah, see, that wouldn't work for me either.
It's just weird.
See, I live in San Antonio. I don't need to go to a Taco Bell. I can
Exactly.
go. There's taco places everywhere. I do not need to go to a Taco Bell. And I can't remember. You know, last time I went to a Taco Bell was when I was living in my old house where I grew up, and you know, it was out late, and it was a nice place to go when late at night on your way home.
I'm telling you what, they had a 7-layer burrito that I would just like go to town on in high school. It was so good. I think I have better taste now.
But you know, it served its purpose though, didn't it?
Yeah, I mean, when
Yeah.
you're in a bind and you only have a few
It's
bucks in your
cheap.
pocket.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly. That was a good thing about Taco Bell. It was cheap. It was cheap, and you know, it was okay.
Yeah.
You know, it didn't suck.
I didn't like, you know, having to get my salsa from a packet. That was always weird.
It is kind of strange because
Yeah.
we're used to the little salsa cups.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's what we're looking to. Yeah, that's a little tip for you there at Taco Bell. If you want to get us to come more often, put your salsa in little cups.
Or just give us free chips and salsa. You know, there's
there
that.
you go.
Yeah.
Now, have you ever tried their nacho fries at Taco Bell?
No.
I did one time and it was a mistake.
Nacho fries.
Yeah, it's not good. Not good. They put some sort of seasoning on them, and I had to try them. They built a new Taco Bell in Floresville. I thought, I'm going to go try those nacho fries. I was sad that I did, but that's just me. That's just me.
Now you know. Now you know.
So it's, I guess, time for everybody to go out to the Red Lobster so we don't lose our 3 here in San Antonio. If you're a Red Lobster fan, you better get out there. You better get out there. All right. Charity McCurdy's got all the news you need coming right up. WOAI News Time, 626. Yeah, the endless shrimp thing is what killed him. Is what killed him. $20 endless shrimp. Yeah, and they didn't think it was, and for some reason they didn't put an end date on it. When they did it, they just said, okay, whenever you come. See, they would make money off of me because I don't like shrimp. Really? I don't like shellfish at all. I'm not allergic, but I'm not a shellfish kind of guy. I like fish, any kind of fish, I'll eat. But
it was supposed to be limited time. They said, okay, we need to make more money. They thought it was only going to cost them 20 cents. It ended up costing them 40 cents per customer.
yeah, and they lost money. They did.
Millions.
Yeah, they lost like tens and 20 million or something like that. Yeah. Wow. Okay. Yeah, they're not my fries. You got it right, Travis. I tried them though, man. I tried them. That's all I could do. Yep. All righty then. All right. I'm going to let you guys listen to Charity coming up here at the bottom of the hour since you guys missed her for the last few days. Just something I could do for you. Plus, she looks better on the screen than I do. So enjoy.
.30 is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Tuesday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, former President Trump's hush money trial resumes this morning. More primary elections are being held today, and Texas Democrats demand more school funding. More ahead. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Tuesday: sunshine, a high in the low 90s. Tonight's low near 65. Right now, 64 degrees. Well, former President Trump's hush money trial in New York City resumes with his former attorney Michael Cohen back on the stand. Here's Fox's Brooke Seaman.
Michael Cohen will testify again for the prosecution when court resumes, and former President Trump's defense team could begin their highly anticipated cross-examination to push back on that testimony. Now, in his first day on the stand, Cohen testified to personally paying $130,000 to Stormy Daniels by using a home equity line of credit to hide it from his own wife. Cohen said he did that because Trump wanted the story taken care of and buried until after the 2016 election. Cohen says former Trump Organization CFO Alan Weisselberg facilitated his reimbursement plan and that Trump himself knew the details of it.
And the trial is set to resume at 8:30 this morning. Well, primary election voters will set the field in a couple of races that will determine control of the Senate in November. Fox's Jared Halpern has more on Decision 2024.
Democrats in Maryland vote in a hotly contested Senate primary. Congressman David Trone and County Executive Angela Alsobrook are vying for their party's nomination in a general election matchup against Republican and popular former two-term governor Larry Hogan. Hogan's entry into the race boosted the GOP's outlook in the usually reliably blue state. In West Virginia, a crowded field of candidates looks to replace retiring Democrat Joe Manchin in the Senate. It's considered one of the best flip opportunity to contenders. Governor Jim Justice, who has the endorsement of former President Trump, he faces off against Congressman Alex Mooney. In Washington, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
Meantime, President Biden is trailing Donald Trump in 5 of 6 key battleground states in new polling. The New York Times, Siena College, and the Philadelphia Inquirer surveys found Trump ahead of Biden in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, Georgia, and Pennsylvania. Biden, meanwhile, narrowly leads Trump in Wisconsin among registered voters. Biden won all 6 of the states in 2020. Well, Secretary of State Antony Blinken is in Ukraine as new American weapons begin to arrive.
Antony Blinken said it was wonderful to be back in Kyiv, stepping off the train after a 9-hour ride. No express service either for the tranche of U.S. weapons only now reaching the Ukrainian front line. Air defenses, artillery, and long-range guided missiles supplies Ukraine's been waiting for months. Their troops are battling a new cross-border Russian advance towards Ukraine's second city, Kharkiv. Secretary Blinken is meeting President Volodymyr Zelensky. A senior U.S. official says he'll deliver a message of reassurance at a difficult moment. Jonathan Savage, Fox News.
Well, 39 Texas House Democrats have signed onto a letter written by Houston area Representative John Rosenthal asking for a boost to public education funding. Rosenthal wants Governor Abbott to call a special session, though he thinks he won't. The Democrats want an increase of $1,000 in the basic allotment, which is how much a school gets per year per child. The letter also asked for more money for a new safety allotment. It was passed last session, but no money has been allocated. Well, it seems that people who work for indicted Democratic Congressman Henry Cuellar can't leave his office fast enough.
Sources in Washington, D.C. say out of 15 Cuellar staff members, only 3 or 4 full-time employees are left in his office, and they are reportedly looking to follow the others out the door. Cuellar and his wife were charged with accepting nearly $600,000 in bribes from a pair of foreign entities. Cuellar maintains his innocence and is continuing his campaign for re-election in November. Eric Lycum, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
Well, the Texas Senate Subcommittee on Higher Education is having a public hearing this morning to review compliance with the state's anti-DEI law. The state legislature passed Senate Bill 17 last year, barring public education institutions from having diversity, equity, and inclusion offices. Republican Senator Brandon Creighton of Conroe wrote the bill and warned chancellors in late March that non-compliant schools could lose state funding. The committee will take no action, but will make recommendations for colleges to review their free speech policies and combat anti-Semitism. Well, the school year is almost over and families are planning a Memorial Day trip to kick off summer vacation. And experts say this year will be a record setter when it comes to travel over the 3-day holiday weekend.
3.6 million total Texans traveling. That's a 4% increase over last year.
Daniel Armbruster with AAA Texas says they've seen steady increases in travel since the COVID pandemic ended. Most people will be traveling by car. That means the top destinations will be the Texas coastline and San Antonio's Riverwalk. Gas prices are at the same level they were last time at this time. Well, Judge Judy is on the other side of the bench for a lawsuit.
Judge Judy Scheinlin is getting into a legal battle of her own. The TV judge has sued the parent company of the National Enquirer and In Touch Weekly for a story that claims she tried to help the Menendez brothers get a retrial after they were convicted of murdering their parents. The story was first published on In Touch Weekly's website on April 10th. Then it appeared at their sister publication, The National Enquirer, both owned by Accelerate 360 Media. Her lawsuit speculated that the news outlets used statements in a Fox Nation docuseries made by Judy Ramos, a woman identified as an alternate juror in the first Menendez trial, and misattributed them to the television judge, Michelle Polino. Fox News.
Well, superchargers are still part of Tesla's plan despite layoffs and lagging electric vehicle sales. CEO Elon Musk said that Tesla is committing more than $500 million to the expansion of its EV supercharger business this year. Musk fired nearly all 500 of Tesla's supercharger employees last week. The supercharger network consists of more than 50,000 fast-charging plug-in stations worldwide. It is 6:37. Traffic and weather together in a minute, but first, to check of your money and the world of business. Ed Corey is live at the Bloomberg News Desk. All right, thanks, Ed. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Here's traffic and weather.
Hall & Oates on a Yacht Rock Tuesday. Mr. T along with Charity McCurdy. Chris Duell out today. EJ flying the Millennium Falcon along with an assist from Andrew Zimmel, who's also directing the live video stream. Coming up next, Charlie Parker with Those Were the Days. Today, day 17 of the Hush Money trial criminal fraud trial, I should say, against former President Donald Trump in New York City will feature part 2 of his former fixer, Michael Cohen. Now, yesterday he was on the stand and, he mentioned that he had secretly recorded some conversations with Donald Trump. He told us all about how they came up, or he took care of the payments to former adult film star Stormy Daniels, how that Trump was complicit and all that. But I don't know if the jury's going to believe him or not, Charity.
Well, he is a convicted liar, but it's interesting at least to get his side of the story. I mean, he claims that Trump was, signing off on everything during every point in the process from the moment he learned of the allegation to the day the payments were actually executed. And Cohen said, interestingly, that it was all about the campaign, claiming that if the Stormy Daniels story had emerged prior to the 2016 election, Cohen claimed that the fallout would have been catastrophic for Trump's campaign, as well as, this was happening during the time of that release of that Access Hollywood tape. Cohen claims that Trump said, women are going to hate me. Guys may think it's cool, but this is going to be a disaster for the campaign.
Yeah, that's what he says, Trump said. But, look, it's a he said. That's what it's going to come down to.
Mm-hmm.
Who do you believe more? Former President Donald Trump's legal team or former attorney Michael Cohen? It's really going to come down to that.
And it's going to come down to him maintaining his composure when he faces potentially hostile cross-examination today from Trump's legal team.
It is going to be very hostile.
This is where the fireworks might happen.
Yeah, and this is why I wish there was cameras in the courtroom. I wish they were televising this, because I want to see what's going to go on, because I can't make a judgment. I'm hearing everything secondhand. I want to see it firsthand. I want to see exactly how it's said, because you can tell sometimes when somebody's lying.
Yeah, and let's be honest, and we say this every time, those sketch artists
God.
have they kind of updated their ability to capture the moment? It just seems like it's the same, cartoonist.
Well, that's what it looks like. They went to Coney Island and recruited a caricaturist and said, "Hey, can you make this?" Because they do not look like former President Donald Trump. Did not look like Stormy Daniels, and it's so weird that they do that. If you're gonna have artist rendition, at least have decent ones.
Yeah.
Make it look like the person.
Mm-hmm. Use markers, those watercolors or whatever they're using. Chalk.
Hell, you might as well just give me stick figures. It looks closer to what I'm seeing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. But this trial continues today. They'll have an off day tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Pick it back up on Thursday. And the way I understand it, it looks like Michael Cohen, the prosecution will be done with him today. And don't know if the defense will get a chance to cross-examine him today or if they have to wait till Thursday.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. But this could wrap up sooner than we expect.
It looks like it's moving along pretty fast.
Mm-hmm.
I thought the Stormy Daniels thing went on way too long.
And just to erase that visual is going to take some time. I don't think they did Trump any favors. I think it just left a bad taste in everybody's mouth.
And it had nothing to do with what he's charged with. Yeah. That's the part I don't get. Mm-hmm. It has nothing to do with the fraud trial.
I guess they're trying to prove that the affair actually took place. Yeah.
Well, that's not what he's being charged with. He's being charged with a fraud scheme to cover up the payment.
Right.
There's nothing to do with.
But they want to bring you through the timeline of how everything happened.
They could have done that without putting her.
It was more
stand.
about probably embarrassing the former president than anything else.
I agree with that. All right, coming up next is Charlie Parker with "Those Were the Days." All right, I'm back. Whew. In Echo 5, you can have all my shrimp, all my crab legs, anything that has a shellfish aspect to it, you can have. Clams, it doesn't matter. Oysters, I do not like them. Whew. All right, then. Do-do. Do-do. Mm. No, 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 no. Well, hello to everybody that's still watching us on the YouTube stream. This is Chris Thing. He likes doing this. I'm in radio for a reason, man. I don't belong on camera. Plus, I don't need anybody running facial rec and find out that Mr. T is not my real name. Okay, everybody. Hello, Jacob. How you doing? How you doing? Huh. SAPD is having a seized vehicle auction today. Look at some nice trucks, man. You can see that truck right there, right? Everybody can see that one? Oh, man, oh, man, oh, man, oh, man. Cool. Well, I hope everybody's enjoying themselves watching. Hey, are you guys at work? Are you at home? Are you in your car? Or what are you doing? Because we've had some people on since before we started this morning. I'm just curious, just wondering. Just want to know where you guys are. Who's at home and who's at work? I know, Travis, you're probably at work, right? Mm-mm-mm-mm. Oh, okay. Cool. Thanks, Jacob. So 5:45 till 3. That's not bad. The disappointed one. You're at work? Cool. Hey, so am I. Now, is this the only show that you guys watch, or do you watch more shows than just this one? Are there any more shows locally that you can watch on YouTube? Just curious. Just want to know. Do, 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 do. Hello, Texas T. Good morning in West Texas. How are things out West Texas? Did you guys get some rain yesterday? What's up, Eric? How are you? Oh, cool. Beautiful. Do, 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 do. Ah, another beautiful day. I like that. I know the humidity is down. It's kind of nice out there. It's going to be nice and sunshine. We're going to see the sun today for the first time in a while. I can't remember last time I saw the sun. Yeah, I remember that. Very cool, Texas T. Hang on, guys. I'll be right back.
Well, former President Trump's ex-lawyer will be back on the stand today in his hush money trial. President Biden is trailing former President Trump in 5 of 6 key battleground states, according to a new poll. And a San Antonio couple is set to appear on HGTV's House Hunters program. We'll have more coming up. Right now, traffic and weather together.
Lots of sunshine today, highs in the low 90s. Tomorrow, except for a few afternoon clouds, lots of sunshine, highs in the low 90s. Thursday, a mixture of clouds and sun with scattered thunderstorms, a potential for some severe thunderstorms, highs in the low to mid 80s. It is 65 in Universal City, 65 in Hondo, and 64 here at Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 6:54. Wow, mixing it up a lot today on this Yacht Rock Tuesday here on San Antonio's First News. I'm Mr. T along with Charity McCurdy. Chris Duell out today, flying the Millennium Falcon. EJ the DJ, and Andrew Zimmel is the director of the YouTube stream. You can check us out. You just go to YouTube and search 1200 WOAI and you can see what's going on behind the scenes and everything.
Mm-hmm.
And they really like looking at you, Charity. I'm watching all the comments.
Oh, stop.
They're going, look, we had to watch those two ugly guys for the last 4 days. It's about time you put somebody else in there. I know you probably didn't see that comment, right?
I don't think I did. No.
All right. So we were talking earlier about Red Lobster shutting down some stores across the country. And, we didn't get to the point where, they had this endless shrimp promotion where it was $20 and you could eat all the shrimp you wanted.
Okay.
They lost $11 million in one quarter on that because they didn't expect it to go as well as it did. They didn't think people could eat that much shrimp.
I don't know. That cocktail sauce, it goes down pretty easily,
Yeah. So I actually, what they should have done instead of closing the stores is fire whoever came up with that idea and thought it was a good idea to keep it going.
Yeah. Start there.
Yeah.
Just don't get rid of the cheddar biscuits. I mean,
or if you do, just keep the mix at Costco.
There you go.
You can make your own cheddar biscuits.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So we were asking you earlier, since what happened in Paris at the Taylor Swift show in Paris, somebody actually brought their baby and had it sitting on the floor in a, what do you call those? A carrier?
It looked like the baby was lying on the floor to me.
Well, I thought I saw a carrier with a.
It was lying on the floor with headphones on.
Yes. So we're asking you via the talkback feature available on the free iHeartRadio app. What's the strangest or most bizarre thing you've seen at a concert? If you want to go ahead and throw in what was your best concert, feel free to do that. We have one from Moses.
Good morning, guys. 20 years ago today, I saw my favorite band, Lamb of God, at Ozfest. I was just a punk. I was, 18, 19? Their album had just been released, Ashes of the Wake. It turns 20 years old this year. And I never thought in 20 years I would be going back to celebrate the release of that album, see my favorite band, Lamb of God, with my 10-year-old son in Austin this year. It is going to be awesome. I'm excited. And I hope y'all have a great day. Take care.
And the only question I have is, does your 10-year-old son want to go see Lamb of God in Austin?
Is that like heavy death metal?
It's pretty hard. It's not death metal, but it's pretty hard. I like it.
Right.
I like it. So if I like it, it's pretty hard. So yeah, I mean, if the kid wants to go, take him. But I just have I see this all the time, and go to shows and you see people bringing their young kids, and I always wonder, did the kid want to go?
Yeah, just keep him out of the mosh pit,
Yes,
especially
please.
for a heavy metal concert. That could get pretty rough.
It does get rough at times. I like to just watch, stand out there on the outskirts of that mosh pit and watch the people make fools of themselves. And you notice too that they never have shirts on. It's like, to go in there, you have to take your shirt off.
I just don't get the appeal. Like, let's beat up on each other while our favorite song is playing. And even though I'm injured, I'm going to still go back for more. I don't know.
No, I'm more of the I've got to rub up against a shirtless, sweaty guy. No, thank you. No, thank you. Don't want to do that. Don't want to do that at all. Anytime, any place, anywhere.
Yeah, that's a lot of DNA being transferred there. Yeah.
Really. See, I thought maybe the pandemic would kill mosh pits forever. Didn't work.
Nope, not going to happen.
If anything, they've been, cooped up too long without a mosh pit that they want to get in there and just throw themselves around. Because that's what they do. They throw themselves around. And then they get pushed and elbowed and punched, and it's wild to watch. It really is.
I don't get it.
It's
I never
fascinating to watch it because it's a study in human social activities. It's just wild. Just extremely wild. I don't get it either, Charity. I really don't. I really don't get it. It's just unbelievable in this day and time that people still want to hurt each other like that at a concert.
And that was one of my earliest memories. Like, I saw a My Chemical Romance concert, early 20s, and I stayed away from the mosh pit. But just seeing this one person in particular was injured visibly, blood on his head, but he kept going back in for more, just a glutton for punishment. I that's just something I guess you're into. I
guess the blood and everything is a badge of honor.
It's like, you're my friend, punch me in the face.
Good to see you again. Spack.
Yeah.
I've seen a couple of wild things at concerts before, but I was at the Convention Center Arena. Journey was the headliner.
No.
And some band named AC/DC was opening up for him. We had never heard of AC/DC before in our lives.
Loudest concert I ever went to.
Yes, it was. The Black Ice. Is that the one you went to?
I don't remember.
But yeah, it was very loud. But so AC/DC comes out and they were fantastic. I mean, just really, really good. And we're thinking, man, who are these guys? Well, in the intermission, apparently there were some guys. Me and Glenn were down on the floor. Glenn's a friend of mine I've known since I was 6 months old. There were some guys fighting back here, and the cops broke it up, and the cops had the guy handcuffed, and you got one cop holding his feet and one on each side of him, grabbing him by his arms that are handcuffed behind his back, and they're carrying him out of the show. And all of a sudden, the crowd pelted those cops with bottles.
No.
Yes, bottles flying from everywhere. First of all, you're not supposed to be able to take bottles into a show with you, but apparently, you can get anything you want into a concert if you do it right. And they were just throwing, and I'm thinking, oh my God, we're going to get hit with broken glass when these bottles start breaking. They got through and got that guy out. Thank God.
And hopefully none of those officers were seriously injured.
It was
so
hard
scary.
to tell. They were moving pretty quick.
Oh.
They were moving pretty quick and had their arms up, trying to just deflect the bottles as they were flying. So that was pretty strange, pretty bizarre.
You've seen a lot of strange things.
I am a freak magnet, Cherry. Everywhere I go.
You've been to a lot of concerts. So
I have been to a lot of concerts.
It.
All right, coming up at 7:10, White House correspondent and attorney John Decker with the latest on the Donald Trump hush money trial. WOAI News Time, 7 o'clock.
7 o'clock is our time.
Thank you,
San
the
Antonio's
disappointed
first
one.
news. Good Tuesday
Hello, hello.
morning. I'm Charity McCurdy.
Yes, I got
Among our
lots
top
of rain
stories,
yesterday,
former President
Eric.
Trump will be back
Lots
in
and
court
lots.
this
I was
morning
supposed to
for
go
his
to a
criminal
doctor. I
hush
was
money
heading out of my
trial.
house
A new poll
and
shows
got
Trump
down the
the
road,
edge over
barely made it to
President Biden
181,
in
and I
5
could
of
barely
6
see anything. And I
battleground
thought, why am I
states.
doing this
And
for?
get
It's
ready
just a
for a lot of
checkup.
company on the
Nothing
road
like
for
anything was
Memorial
wrong with
Day
me.
weekend. Well, details ahead.
And
First,
I
traffic
called
and
in
weather
and
together
ended up
every
doing a
10 minutes in
telemedicine
mornings.
appointment, which was much easier than driving in that crap. Stephen, hopefully she covers it right here. You guys can't hear the music at all? We got to fix that. Let me go see what I can do about that. Enjoy Charity.
Your Weather Channel forecast for this Tuesday. Sunshine, a high in the low 90s. Tonight's low near 65. Right now, 64 degrees. Well, the New York hush money trial of former President Trump enters day 17 with ex-lawyer Michael Cohen still on the stand. Here's Fox's Gernal Scott.
Cohen returns the day after his contention to a jury that former President Trump was in on multiple instances of payment to keep people quiet during the 2016 campaign. Cohen said it included coordinating suppression of negative press while bringing out unflattering stories about rivals, true or not. The former president says there is no case and focused his criticism on Judge Juan Merchan.
We have a corrupt judge, and we have a judge who's highly conflicted, and he's keeping me from campaigning.
The prosecution will have more questions for Cohen today. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
And polls show former President Trump leading President Biden in 5 states. Fox's Mike Emanuel has more on Decision 2024.
Former President Trump leads President Biden in 5 critical battleground states: Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, Georgia, and Pennsylvania among registered voters. Among likely voters, that same poll from the New York Times and Siena College reveals a tighter race with Mr. Trump leading in 5 states, but with Mr. Biden ahead in Michigan and narrowly behind Mr. Trump in Wisconsin and Pennsylvania. It is unclear at the moment if Trump and Biden will face off on the debate stage this fall, though both sound eager to do it. The latest polling reveals a shift among young, Black, and Hispanic voters desiring change and unhappy about the economy and military action in Gaza.
Well, State Secretary Antony Blinken is in Kyiv for an unannounced visit, reassuring Ukraine that the U.S. stands behind them. He mentioned assistance from a recently passed aid package as he spoke with Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky.
The assistance is now on the way. Some of it's already arrived. More of it will be arriving. And that's going to make a real difference against the ongoing Russian aggression.
The aid package dedicated $60 billion for Ukraine, with most going to their air defense systems. A cleanup is underway following yesterday's severe stormy weather. Power was out all morning in the Rio County town of Moore. In neighboring Atascosa County, the wind blew the roof off the popped-up tops bar and it carried it down the road. The storm also broke trees and knocked down power lines, but there were no injuries reported. Well, there's been another guilty plea in connection with the investigation into Texas Congressman Henry Cuellar.
Irada Akundova pled guilty May 1st in federal court in Houston to acting as an agent for Azerbaijan without registering with federal officials. Cuellar and his wife Imelda have been charged with accepting nearly $600,000 from 2014 to 2021 in exchange for the former congressman advancing the interest of that country and a Mexican bank. Cuellar says he and his wife are innocent. One of Cuellar's top former aides, Colin Strother, and a Texas political and business consultant, Florencia Rodin, struck plea deals in March on felony money laundering charges related to the Mexican bank. Lisa Lacera, Fox News.
Well, there's a legal battle brewing between Texas and the federal government over the ownership of a tiny island that sits in the middle of the Rio Grande. Fronten Island is a key part of the state's strategy to stop a surge of illegal immigration.
It is where the cartels are nightly fighting each other, and it became a very large refuge from any type of law enforcement or military.
Land Commissioner Don Buckingham says since it was claimed by Texas, human smuggling in that area has declined, but an investigation by the International Boundary and Water Commission shows the island is federal property. They sent a letter to Texas ordering state forces to leave. Buckingham says it makes no sense while the feds are fighting against Texas when Operation Lone Star is working. Well, a Katy ISD teacher has a court appearance today following his arrest on child pornography charges. Police arrested 53-year-old James Paul Stone at his home, where they reportedly found thousands of images of child porn. Stone admitted he'd taken some of the photos at beaches and local swimming pools and on the campus of Tompkins High School, where he taught social studies. Stone is charged with 9 counts of possessing child porn. His wife is the principal of another school in the Katy ISD. Well, the upcoming Memorial holiday is expected to be a big one, leading into the busy summer travel season.
The Memorial Day weekend is right around the corner, and experts are predicting a record number of travelers. Daniel Armbruster with AAA Texas says 3.6 million Texans are expected to hit the road during the upcoming 3-day weekend. That's a nearly 5% increase over last year.
Even a 3.5% increase over 2019, which was a record year for travel before this.
He says most people will be traveling by car. That means the top destinations will be the Texas coastline and San Antonio's Riverwalk. I'm Beth Myers, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
It is 7:06, news at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Traffic and weather coming up.
San Antonio's first news on this Yacht Rock Tuesday. Mr. T, along with Charity McCurdy. Chris Duell out today. EJ flying the Millennium Falcon with a little assist from Andrew Zimmel, who is also directing the live stream available on the YouTube. Just go to YouTube and search 1200 WOAI. You can sit here and watch Charity when she does her news.
Okay.
That's what it's all about, Charity.
Yeah, it takes some getting used to.
All right, coming up in a segment we like to call Wait Till You Hear This is a little different today because it's going to be White House correspondent John Decker. He'll take a look at the testimony from yesterday in the Trump hush money trial, and we'll go a preview of what could happen today. He joins us right after traffic and weather together. Sunny skies today, highs in the low 90s. Tomorrow, except for a few afternoon clouds, mainly sunny, highs in the low 90s. Then on Thursday, things are going to change. A mixture of clouds and sun with scattered thunderstorms. There is a potential for some severe thunderstorms, highs in the low to mid 80s. It is 65 in Hollywood Park, 65 in Floresville, and 64 here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 710. Yesterday, in the hush money trial against former President Donald Trump, his former fixer and attorney Michael Cohen on the stand for day one. We welcome in White House correspondent and attorney John Decker. So, John, what do we take away from what Michael Cohen had to say yesterday?
Well, Michael Cohen walked the jury step by step through what it is that prosecutors allege that Donald Trump did as it relates to this hush money payment to Stormy Daniels. Not only the payment that was arranged by Michael Cohen, but also began the process of walking them through the process of covering up that payment. That is Donald Trump has been charged with, the falsification of business records. Michael Cohen back on the witness stand today, and then it will be an opportunity for Donald Trump's lawyer, Todd Blanche, to go through the process of cross-examination of Michael Cohen to try to diminish his credibility in the eyes of this jury.
So, considering Cohen is the only witness to directly tie Trump to the falsifying business record scheme, John, I mean, how important will it be for Cohen to keep his cool during cross-examination?
Hello?
I don't think he can hear me.
Hang
I don't
on.
think John can hear me.
He can now.
Okay.
John, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, great.
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, so considering Cohen is going to be the only witness to directly tie Trump to the falsifying business record scheme, tell me, how important will it be for Cohen to manage to keep his cool during cross-examination today?
Well, yeah, that's exactly right. And he, in the process of that civil fraud trial, in which Michael Cohen also played a prominent role as the star witness, was not able to maintain his cool during cross-examination. Despite that, the judge presiding over that case said publicly that he viewed Michael Cohen as a credible witness. But this is different. This is a criminal trial. This is 12 jurors, and Michael Cohen will need to establish a level of credibility with these jurors in order to make this connection, to connect the dots of this criminal act of Donald Trump. And this is something that is difficult to do. And it's difficult to do when you can factor in that Michael Cohen is someone who is a convicted liar, has gone to prison. And that is going to be something that we're going to hear quite a bit about during the cross-examination of Michael Cohen a little bit later today.
So that could happen later today. The prosecution will probably wrap their questioning of Michael Cohen up today.
I believe so. At a certain point, you don't want to bore the jury. You just want to walk them through the steps. And essentially what we saw yesterday is that Donald Trump's defense team is letting the prosecution walk through those steps. I think they're holding it all back for that cross-examination. That is expected to happen today. If indeed that does take place today, remember, no court on Wednesday, no court tomorrow, and also they'll be back at it Thursday, no court on Friday either. So a limited week in terms of this star witness, Michael Cohen. He's a flawed witness. We must mention that every time we talk about Michael Cohen. But he is the person that the prosecution really is counting on to connect all the dots associated with this alleged crime that Donald Trump is accused of.
And John, I understand House Speaker Mike Johnson will make an appearance at the trial today. It seems like we're seeing more and more politicians showing up for Trump. Does that have any influence on this case, or is this more about their own political ambitions?
You know what I think has influence? If Donald Trump had Melania Trump show up, that would make more of a difference than J.D. Vance. Quite frankly, I don't even think that anyone on the jury even recognizes J.D. Vance or cares about J.D. Vance. It means nothing to them. But, for all of the things that Donald Trump is accused of, and what is the crux of this case, this hush money payment to an adult film actress, covering up that affair with Donald Trump, if Melania Trump made an appearance in that courtroom, I think that will go a long way to helping the former president.
Appreciate it as always. White House correspondent and attorney John Decker. Coming up, Charlie Parker joins us. WOAI News Time, 7:15.
What's your favorite foreign movie?
Just ahead of headlines, traffic and weather together on this Yacht Rock Tuesday. Mr. T along with Charity McCurdy and Charlie Parker steps into the studio. Did you get a lot of rain yesterday?
No,
No?
I got some rain, but not a lot.
Man, I got poured on at my house. As a matter of fact,
I could tell
yeah,
looking at radar.
it was pretty bad. I was supposed to go to a doctor's appointment at 1 o'clock. I took off at noon, got to almost to 181, stopped, called them and said, hey, I ain't doing this.
Yeah.
Ended up doing it telemedicine, so I got that taken care of. But yeah, it was bad.
Eva was up in Buda, and I texted her, all right, the bottom just supposed to, it looked like, obviously not as bad, but it almost looked like the eclipse from last month.
It was dark.
It got dark.
Yes, it did.
And then the thunder, lightning like crazy. And I let her know, okay, it just started pouring down. And before I could finish my text, it stopped.
It stopped
raining.
at your house?
Yeah.
Wow. And Charity, you got some at your house, but you weren't there, were you?
I was in New Braunfels, yeah, but it rained, cats and dogs, lightning, thunder. Didn't get any hail or tornadoes. That's always good.
I was worried about the hail at my house too,
Yeah.
and I did not see any. But that wind and that rain was coming down. I got about an hour's worth of rain.
Didn't get wind either.
I got wind, rain. It was bad. It was real bad. All right, Charity, what else is going on?
Well, Donald Trump's fixer turned foe, Michael Cohen, will be back on the stand today in the former president's hush money trial. A San Antonio man is behind bars after broadsiding an SAPD patrol car in broad daylight. And AAA is predicting an increase in travel for Memorial Day weekend nationwide compared to last year. We'll have details coming up. Right now, traffic and weather together.
Sunny skies today, highs in the low 90s. Tomorrow, except for a few afternoon clouds, lots of sunshine, highs in the low 90s. Thursday, a mixture of clouds and sun with scattered thunderstorms. There is a potential for some severe thunderstorms, highs in the low to mid 80s. It is 65 in Floresville, 65 in Hollywood Park, and 65 here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 721. When you hear that music, you know it's time for our daily visit with Mike Opelka from the Pure Opelka podcast. Mike is on assignment, will rejoin us eventually. I don't know when, but he will get back to us and let us know when he'll be available. But Charlie Parker in the studio, Mr. T here, Charity McCurdy, always with us, and she is the best thing to see on that YouTube stream if you want to check it out. So, Charlie, I know you're following the Stanley Cup playoffs. Those games have been pretty tight, haven't they?
They have been really, really good, much more entertaining than the NBA playoffs. Stars won again last night, knocking off the Avalanche by a score of 5-1. They got a 3-1 lead in that series. Carolina was a winner over the Rangers, 4-1. They lead that series over New York, 3-2. Boston tonight's at Florida with the I guess some people would say maybe a surprise. The Panthers are up 3-1 in that series.
That is a surprise.
And Vancouver is at Edmonton, and Vancouver's up 2-1 in that series.
Man, and there's been a lot of overtime games, haven't there?
Oh, quite a few overtime games.
And meanwhile, the Astros beat the Athletics yesterday 9-2.
What?
They beat the Athletics.
Houston won a game?
Yes, they did.
Oh,
yes, they
okay.
did. And they got the Athletics again tonight, 7-10. Rangers.
That's actually 2 in a row for Houston.
Yes, and the Rangers got blanked by the Guardians 7-0.
Well, they're in a big slump. They've
Yeah.
lost 4 in a row.
Yeah, but they were winning at the beginning of the season when the Astros weren't.
Yeah, both Houston and Texas are both 5-5 in their last 10.
Well, that's good. At least the Astros started winning again. I mean, they're still a heckle and jive.
Call a 2-game win streak winning again.
It's better than what they were doing.
Well, anything was better than what they were doing.
And it's the pitching. What happened?
You mean lack of?
Yeah, that's what I mean. What happened? They had all these pitchers.
Well, everybody goes away. They all go, free agency.
They got to do something, though.
Well, I don't know. They got to hit the ball, too.
That's true.
Can't score. Of course, they scored. Like I said, they scored 9 last night.
Yeah, but they haven't done that in quite a while.
Right.
So you're not watching the NBA playoffs at all.
A little here and there, just pop in to see what's going on. I don't find it too. Other than the Pacers and
I was just going to say that's the series right there.
Well, the Oklahoma-Dallas series is tied at 2. The Minnesota-Denver series is tied at 2. All of those has been home court wins. Boston's up 3-1 on Cleveland. That'll probably be over tomorrow night when they get back to Boston. And the Pacers and Knicks are tied at 2 games apiece. And, they've split on each other's floor. But that, despite Oklahoma, Dallas being 2-2 and Minnesota and Denver being tied 2 games apiece, the Pacers-Knicks series is much more entertaining
fun, yes,
than
it's
all of
fun.
the other 3 series.
Have you noticed that when Indiana takes the ball down the court, they're from one end to the other in about 6 seconds?
I haven't watched it that much.
My wife, I watch a lot of it, but that's been the fun series to watch. And going back to the Minnesota-Denver series, they've both lost on their home floors, both games.
Right.
Yeah, that's unbelievable.
Well, probably the biggest part of the unbelievability is that Minnesota won the first 2.
I know.
On the road.
I know, but then what happened? What happened?
Denver woke up.
Well, and Karl Anthony Towns has disappeared. I mean, he's done nothing. Anthony Edwards can't do it all.
Well, he comes awful close to being able
But
to
he
do
needs
it
some
all.
help. He needs some help.
Where is it in here that the Spurs got the 4 and the 8th?
Yes,
pick
they did.
In the NBA draft lottery. Man.
I was hoping we'd get the lottery again.
Well, you mean number 1?
Number 1 again.
Oh, yeah. Everybody's hoping for that.
But in the team Atlanta that won it had only a 3% chance to win.
Well, we didn't have a real good chance to win last year.
No, that's true.
I mean, we had better than
a 3%.
Yeah, better than 3, but still.
So 4 and 8, point guard. I'm pretty sure.
4 and 8 plus 35 and 48.
Yes.
So 4 picks in the first 2 rounds.
That's amazing. I love it.
I don't know enough about college basketball to know who's worth a damn and who isn't.
Well, everybody that
I know
I've seen,
Bronny's not any good.
No,
but,
that's.
I don't know.
It looks like they're looking, according to all the reports on the mock drafts. We're not going to know about it till it's done with the Spurs.
Sure.
But Dillingham, the point guard from Kentucky, I like Kentucky. I like point guard. That's all you had to tell me.
Freshman.
Yeah, but he's young.
But
he's
then of course, who knows? I think we need. I don't know. We got to go both ways.
We got to go. Yeah,
use the draft,
veteran. Yes.
Whether that means actually picking players or trading those draft picks,
whatever it takes.
We need to find us a veteran somewhere.
Yes, we do. All right, we'll have more with Charlie Parker coming up. Charity McCurdy's got the news coming right at you. WOEI News Time 726.
7:32 is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Tuesday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, former President Trump's hush money trial resumes this morning. More primary elections are being held today, and Texas Democrats demand more school funding. Details ahead. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Tuesday: sunshine, a high in the low 90s. Tonight's low near 65. Right now, 64 degrees. Well, former President Trump's hush money trial in New York City resumes with his former attorney, Michael Cohen, back on the stand. Fox's Brooke Siegman reports.
Michael Cohen will testify again for the prosecution when court resumes, and former President Trump's defense team could begin their highly anticipated cross-examination to push back on that testimony. Now, in his first day on the stand, Cohen testified to personally paying $130,000 to Stormy Daniels by using a home equity line of credit to hide it from his own wife. Cohen said he did that because Trump wanted the story taken care of and buried until after the 2016 election. Cohen says former Trump Organization CFO Alan Weisselberg facilitated his reimbursement plan and that Trump himself knew the details of it.
And the trial is set to resume at 8:30 this morning. Primary election voters will set the fields in a couple of races that will determine control of the Senate in November. Fox's Jared Halpern has more on Decision 2024.
Democrats in Maryland vote in a hotly contested Senate primary. Congressman David Trone and County Executive Angela Alsobrooks are vying for their party's nomination in a general election matchup against Republican and popular former two-term governor Larry Hogan. Hogan's entry into the race boosted the GOP's outlook in the usually reliably blue state. In West Virginia, a crowded field of candidates looks to replace retiring Democrat Joe Manchin in the Senate. It's considered one of the best flip opportunity contenders. Governor Jim Justice, who has the endorsement of former President Trump, he faces off against Congressman Alex Mooney. In Washington, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
Meantime, President Biden is trailing Donald Trump in 5 of 6 key battleground states in new polling. The New York Times, Siena College, and the Philadelphia Inquirer surveys found Trump ahead of Biden in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, Georgia, and Pennsylvania. Biden, meanwhile, narrowly leads Trump in Wisconsin among registered voters. Biden won all 6 of the states in 2020. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is in Ukraine as new American weapons begin to arrive.
Antony Blinken said it was wonderful to be back in Kyiv, stepping off the train after a 9-hour ride. No express service either for the tranche of U.S. weapons only now reaching the Ukrainian front line. Air defenses, artillery, and long-range guided missiles, supplies Ukraine's been waiting for months. Their troops are battling a new cross-border Russian advance towards Ukraine's second city, Kharkiv. Secretary Blinken is meeting President Volodymyr Zelensky. A senior U.S. official says he'll deliver a message of reassurance at a difficult moment. Jonathan Savage, Fox News.
39 Texas House Democrats have signed onto a letter written by Houston area Representative John Rosenthal asking for a boost to public education funding. Rosenthal wants Governor Abbott to call it a special session, though he doesn't think Abbott will. The Democrats want an increase of $1,000 in the basic allotment, which is how much a school gets per year per child. The letter also asked for more money, a new safety allotment. It was passed last session, but no money has been allocated. And 2 new Uvalde CISD board members, including the uncle of a murdered child from the Robb Elementary shooting nearly 2 years ago, were sworn in last night.
The newest board members are Jacqueline Gonzalez and Jesse Rizzo, whose niece Jackie Cazares was one of the 21 students killed. Rizzo immediately addressed community concerns about transparency.
At what point can we speak? At what point can we not address him, but address y'all.
New board president Cal Lambert referred to the Open Meetings Act to avoid violations. Outside, Rizzo's brother-in-law and Jackie's father, Javier Cazares, spoke optimistically to News 4.
A sprinkle of fresh water in this stagnant water, and hopefully one day we'll get some fresh flow, and CISD will flourish like it should.
Eric Lycum, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
A suspected DWI driver is facing charges after running into an SAPD car and being caught with drugs on the northwest side. Police say the accident happened yesterday in the parking lot of a shopping center on I-10 near De Zavala. Investigators say 40-year-old Juan Ibarra fell asleep at the wheel because he was under the influence. Ibarra reportedly T-boned an SAPD patrol car in the parking lot. Police found meth, cocaine, and pot in the vehicle. Ibarra was arrested for DWI and drug charges. It is 7:37. Traffic and weather together in a minute, but first, a check of your money and the world of business. Ed Corey is live at the Bloomberg News Desk. Thank you, Ed. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Here's traffic and weather.
San Antonio's first news on this Yacht Rock Tuesday. Mr. T along with Charity McCurdy. Charlie Park will be back in a few. We welcome in our national correspondent, Rory O'Neill. So results of a new study, some students from some of the top universities asked about anti-Semitism, whether it's actually a problem on their campus or not. So Rory, I got to ask you, is it a problem?
It is. About 2/3 of the students say that, yes, anti-Semitism is at least somewhat of an issue on campus. Now, only 14% call it a huge problem. Half say it's a small problem. But the people who study this long-term say it's not surprising to see, sadly, these anti-Semitism incidents rise as when Israel gets back in the headlines.
And Rory, with more and more university presidents facing pressure, even calls for their resignations, and what are the polls saying about how they're handling the problem?
Yeah, it's not great. And we're going to hear more about this next week. Congress is having some hearings into what they claim this rise in anti-Semitism on college campuses. But to see where is it coming from? Is it coming from the students, outside influencers, or is it coming from the administration and the teachers and professors who work there? I think that's something that Congress wants to look into as it considers federal funding that goes out to many of these universities.
Now, did they ask these students whether the anti-Semitism existed before the Hamas attack on Israel? Did they do that?
No, not specifically. But, they also were asking, and I think this is important too, we've seen a lot of these protests, especially Columbia, USC, UCLA, but don't get the idea that college campuses are exploding over this issue. It really isn't that big of an issue to the typical 18 to 29-year-old. They did that poll as well, and they found that essentially college kids are just as worried about the same stuff old people like we are. Sorry, guys. But it seems to fall in line with everybody else. In fact, in a list of topics, the Israeli-Palestinian situation ranked 15th on this list. I mean, just above student debt, which came in dead last.
So what's the bottom line impact of these protests on students' academic studies and just the overall mood on campus?
Well, look, it's going to spark a lot of political debate on Capitol Hill, as I said, starting next week with this. A lot of colleges re-examining some of what's being taught in their campuses and what they'll tolerate. But, at the end of the day, I think we're going into summer recess. I think a lot of this is going to be in the rearview mirror, hopefully, as there's some perhaps sort of resolution to what's still unfolding between Israel and the Palestinians in Gaza.
So you said Hamas and Israel was 15 on their importance scale. So what are they protesting for then?
Well, I mean, it's still 34% thought it was an issue. So I think we're seeing. I think the message is put it in perspective that, maybe there were a few hundred students at a university of tens of thousands putting on these demonstrations, and perhaps they were particularly disruptive with this move to develop these encampments, but they're not necessarily overtaking the universities. Even Jerry Seinfeld drew a huge crowd this weekend speaking at a graduation, and a couple hundred students left, but there were more than 10,000 that were still there.
Yeah, appreciate it as always. National correspondent Rory O'Neill coming up. Some talkbacks. What is the strangest thing you've seen at a concert? We've got some more coming up. No, Eric, he was just in here giving us some info. San Antonio's first news on this Yacht Rock Tuesday. Mr. T, along with Charity McCurdy. Charlie Parker's here. Chris Duell out today. Coming up, we'll hear from you. We got talkbacks on the strangest and most bizarre thing you've ever seen at a concert. But Charity, what else is going on?
Former President Trump's ex-lawyer, Michael Cohen, will be back on the witness stand today in his hush money trial. Democratic Congressman Henry Cuellar doesn't have much staff left following his indictment over bribery charges, and a new shuttle service is now available in downtown San Antonio. We'll have details coming up. Right now, traffic and weather together.
Sunny skies today, highs and low 90s. Tomorrow, except for a few afternoon clouds, mainly sunny, highs and low 90s. Thursday, a mixture of clouds and sun with scattered thunderstorms. There's a potential for some severe thunderstorms, highs in the low to mid 80s. 64 in Universal City, 64 in Bernie, and 64 here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 7:50. It is a Yacht Rock Tuesday here on San Antonio's First News. Mr. T, along with Charity McCurdy. Charlie Parker here. Chris Duell is off today. So we were asking you earlier this morning, we were talking about Taylor Swift's show in Paris where somebody took their little baby with them and it was sitting on the floor and a lot of people got upset over that. So we're asking you, what are some of the strangest and bizarre things you've seen at concerts? Let's go out to New Braunfels.
Hey, this is Trey from New Braunfels, and I think it counts as a concert. It's Wursfest in New Braunfels. The weirdest thing I'd ever seen there was a man fully asleep and laying down completely inside a urinal trough. Take care.
Okay, that's not just bizarre. That's just
Oh, in the trough.
Yes.
The big
yes,
metal thing.
yes. That wow.
I
That's
you know,
not beer.
I wasn't there. I don't think I would call it laying down and sleeping. I think I would call it passed out.
Yeah,
In
yeah.
a urinal trough. I mean, why other than
Yeah, nobody goes, hey, you know where I should lay down?
Yeah.
I should lay down in that urinal
nap
trough.
over there. Yeah.
Hey, that's where they keep the ice. Why not? If I ever go to a bar and I go in the bathroom and there's ice in the urinal, I never order anything on the rocks. Just just saying.
Hey, we need ice.
Somebody sent them to the bathroom. All right, this is one from a Grateful Dead show, so you know that was weird.
Yeah.
Good morning. On the subject of concert and craziness, I delivered a truckload of portable potties to a Grateful Dead concert, and there was a guy walking around. He says, hey, get those down off the trailer. And I said, I can't until the chemicals get here. And he says, chemicals? Dude, I've got chemicals. I just about died. Take it from there. Have a wonderful day, you guys. We'll see you.
Hilarious.
Yeah, I'm guarantee you everybody at that concert had chemicals. All right, let's go back to New Braunfels.
Good morning. This is Glenn from New Braunfels. My most memorable concert experience has to be my first ever rock concert, Jackal and ZZ Top in Houston. And whenever ZZ Top came on, they must have had these huge smoke machines that they just started pumping this smoke into the arena. It was just weird. It had a skunky smell to it, but that didn't stop us from having a great time and really enjoying the show. And so that's got to be my most memorable experience at a concert.
See, if it had a skunky smell to it, it might have been coming from the bus.
Could have been.
You ever had any strange happenings at a concert?
Not anything too strange. Blue Oyster Cult at Municipal Auditorium.
Wow.
They were, it was the first concert I saw that they were using lasers.
Yes.
And they were shooting lasers off of a disco ball.
Oh, man.
Think about that.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it had anything to do with that show or any previous shows, but it wasn't more than, I would say, a month maximum. They outlawed lasers.
Yeah, they outlawed
indoor
shooting them like that. Yeah, you had to have after that you had to have a receptacle for the lasers to land. You know, you couldn't bounce them off of mirrors like that.
And after the show, one of the individuals who we went as a group of people, took about 45 minutes to like snap him out of his
trance. From that? Wow.
Well, I'm assuming that's what it was from.
You think about that, the lasers hitting that
I
disco
wasn't
ball.
even doing hallucinogenics, and it was
you didn't need them.
It was messing me up.
Now, I've seen some really messed up people at concerts. You know, I've seen people, like this guy talking about somebody falling asleep in the urinal, falling asleep. Now, I've seen passed out people at concerts, and my thinking is, you spend all this money to come here, why are you going to get that messed up to where you pass out?
People are people. People are strange, as Jim Morrison once sang.
He did.
Sung, whatever's grammatically correct.
And Charity, have you ever seen anybody get too wasted at a concert?
You know, I went and saw Roger Waters, Us and Them, and I just remember a bunch of people smoking marijuana around me, and I made the mistake of going because I was pregnant with my first kid at the time, and I was so worried. I was telling my husband, should we leave? You know, how bad can this get? And people were bumping into you, and the couple next to us, I knew that something just kicked in, like psychedelics, because she started acting really, really strange, and they needed to get a room, clearly.
Did you get a contact high?
Yeah,
I think I did. Yeah. I don't know. I should have had better judgment, but Ayla is healthy and I should have known better.
Now, is she a big Roger Waters fan now? Because she was listening to it while she was in the womb. So
she likes a little bit of everything. But you just kind of have to expect that when you go to any concert these days, unfortunately.
Yeah, well, when she turns 10 and she asks for papers and a pipe for her birthday, then you'll know.
Yeah, you'll know lots of things then. Yeah, if that ever happens. Yeah, I have seen some bizarre things at concerts. I told the story earlier. I was at Farm Aid back in Texas Stadium, the old Texas Stadium in Irving, and I saw during the show. Can I even say it's not the 5 o'clock hour anymore? I saw a girl giving a guy oral sex in the row.
Sex act, yeah.
Yeah, rows in front of us. During
that was required.
at Farm Aid. At Farm Aid.
Not that kind
That
of
was
aid.
kind of bizarre, though, because I'm thinking, wait a minute. We're all here. Do you not see us? What's going on?
Kind of weird.
It's very weird.
On the other hand, you kind of almost want to applaud. You know what I mean? Wow. They don't care about anything.
They didn't care about anything, obviously, because it was in between bands. It wasn't like the band was on, the lights were up. Everybody's walking around,
And
man.
that was before the days of cell phones and smartphones.
Yeah, I
so,
bet they're happy. Well, at least I know he was. All right, coming up in the 8 o'clock hour, Uncle Charlie is here. We'll talk to Uncle Charlie about whatever Uncle Charlie wants to talk about. WOAI News Time, 7:57.
Eight o'clock is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Tuesday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, former President Trump will be back in court this morning for his hush money trial. A new poll shows Trump with the edge over President Biden in 5 of 6 battleground states. And get ready for a lot of company on the road for Memorial Day weekend. Details ahead. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Tuesday: sunshine, a high near 90. Tonight's low near 65. Get a move on. It is 64 degrees. Well, former President Trump's hush money trial in New York City continues today, and his former lawyer, Michael Cohen, is set to take the stand. Here's Fox's Eric Shawn.
After tying former President Trump directly into the alleged illegal scheme to falsify business records and hide his affair with Stormy Daniels. Cohen, of course, the longtime former loyal fixer, well, he turned on President Trump, implicating him in that scheme to pay Stormy and do it, he said, to protect the president's presidential election campaign. Cohen told the jury Stormy Daniels' story of having sex with the former president hit their inner circle like a bombshell. He said Trump told him, quote, "This is a disaster, a total disaster. Women are going to hate me. This is going to be a disaster for the campaign."
The trial is set to resume at 8:30 this morning. Meantime, polls show Trump leading President Biden in 5 states. Fox's Mike Emanuel has more on Decision 2024.
Former President Trump leads President Biden in 5 critical battleground states: Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, Georgia, and Pennsylvania among registered voters. Among likely voters, that same poll from the New York Times and Siena College reveals a tighter race, with Mr. Trump leading in 5 states, but with Mr. Biden ahead in Michigan and narrowly behind Mr. Trump in Wisconsin and Pennsylvania. It is unclear at the moment if Trump and Biden will face off on the debate stage this fall, though both sound eager to do it. The latest polling reveals a shift among young, Black, and Hispanic voters desiring change and unhappy about the economy and military action in Gaza.
Cleanup is underway following yesterday's heavy weather. Power was out all morning in the Frio County town of Moore, neighboring Atascosa County. The wind blew the roof off the Pop to Tops bar and carried it down the road. The storm also broke trees and knocked down power lines, but no injuries were reported. Well, it seems that people who work for indicted Democratic Congressman Henry Cuellar can't leave his office fast enough.
Sources in Washington, D.C. say out of 15 Cuellar staff members, only 3 or 4 full-time employees are left in his office, and they are reportedly looking to follow the others out the door. Cuellar and his wife were charged with accepting nearly $600,000 in bribes from a pair of foreign entities. Cuellar maintains his innocence and is continuing his campaign for re-election in November. Eric Lycum, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
A bipartisan group of Texans in Congress are threatening federal funds from Mexico over a water dispute. The Texas lawmakers want the House and Senate to withhold funds from our southern neighbor until Mexico honors the terms of a 1944 water treaty. The pact requires Mexico to send 1.75 million acre feet of water to the U.S. every 5 years. Mexico has until October of next year to fulfill the latest requirement, but is reportedly dragging its feet. Lawmakers say Mexico's inconsistent deliveries are aggravating water shortages affecting South Texas farmers. Well, the upcoming Memorial holiday weekend is expected to be a big one, leading into the busy summer travel season.
The Memorial Day weekend is right around the corner, and experts are predicting a record number of travelers. Daniel Armbruster with AAA Texas says 3.6 million Texans are expected to hit the road during the upcoming 3-day weekend. That's a nearly 5% increase over last year.
Even a 3.5% increase over 2019, which was a record year for travel before this.
He says most people will be traveling by car. That means the top destinations will be the Texas coastline and San Antonio's Riverwalk. I'm Beth Myers, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
A Katy ISD teacher has a court appearance today following his arrest on child pornography charges. Police arrested 53-year-old James Paul Stone at his home, where they reportedly found thousands of images of child porn. Stone admitted he'd taken some of the photos at beaches and local swimming pools and on the campus of Tompkins High School, where he taught social studies. Stone is charged with 9 counts of possessing child porn. His wife is the principal of another school in the Katy ISD. Well, a San Antonio couple will soon make an appearance on HGTV's House Hunters. Trevor and Rosalie Johnson will be on the latest season of the series, sharing their search for a home in San Antonio. The episode called Find the Charm in San Antonio will air on May 30th at 10 p.m. on HGTV and Max. It is 8:06, news at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Traffic and weather coming up.
San Antonio's first news on this Yacht Rock Tuesday. Nobody plays Gino Vanelli.
Nobody. Got more hair on his chest than I got on my head.
That he does.
Man, that dude was...
He was a hairy guy.
Yeah.
He had a great head of hair, too,
Yeah,
at one time. Yeah.
Pretty nice afro going.
Yes, he did. Yeah, that is Charlie Parker. I'm Mr. T. She's Charity McCurdy. Chris Duell out today, coming up after traffic and weather together. What's it like being a grandpa? Well, we're going to go to the grandpa and find out. Sunny skies today, highs in the low 90s. Tomorrow, except for a few afternoon clouds, lots of sunshine, highs in the low 90s. Then on Thursday, a mixture of clouds and sun with scattered thunderstorms and potential for some severe thunderstorms, highs in the low to mid 80s. 64 in Monte Vista, 64 at City Base, and 64 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 8:10. Yes, that is Orleans, Charlie. Dance with me on this Yacht Rock Tuesday here on San Antonio's First News. So Charlie Parker, Chapa, as we started calling you, but you want to be called Granddaddy now.
Granddaddy. It was good enough for my granddaddy. It ought to be good enough for me.
It should be.
Yeah.
So how is it?
It's not bad. I mean, usually when we go up to visit, because Charlie hasn't been here yet, we go to visit, I tend to, it's usually kind of a crowd.
Yeah.
And I, pretty much let her hang with everybody else. I just told her every once in a while, maybe feed her a bottle or something. Great baby, doesn't cry if she's hungry or needs a diaper change. And that's it.
Wow.
Has she fallen asleep in your arms yet?
She sleeps very, very well. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Does it take you back? Are you having flashbacks of when Jordan was a baby?
Not really. Not yet. I don't.
Okay.
Something's askew. I just don't know what it is. You know what I mean? I don't know
it's different.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, I hope to one day be a grandfather, but my daughters are not being very cooperative on that.
Right.
35 and 39, they need to get on the ball here, man.
Yeah, real quick.
Yeah. Their biological clocks are ticking.
Yep.
Come on.
I don't know. I know women who are having babies in their late 40s. So.
Well, still, they need to get moving.
Yeah.
We didn't have. I think Eva was in. Well, how old was she?
Maybe you don't want to say that. I don't know.
Late 30s.
Okay.
Because I was I think I was 41.
Wow. Okay.
Pretty sure. I don't. You know me.
I know. It's hard to keep up with.
Yeah, I can't. No math, please. Yeah, she's a really good baby. It's not difficult at all. They're coming here Memorial Day weekend.
Oh, cool.
So that'll be interesting. And then we're all going to the coast in like mid-June around Charity's birthday. That's why we're going to the coast for Charity's
birthday.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Are you going with them?
I haven't gotten the official invite yet. But
I think you just said they're going for your birthday. I think that's an invite, isn't it? It sounds like to me.
Yeah, just host one in my honor. So has there been any interaction with Charlie and Jackson, the golden retriever?
The one that they have?
Is his name Jackson?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
I thought you had a Jackson.
No, I have a Waylon. Jackson died.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
Jackson
right.
died,
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
thanks for bringing that, man.
I'm sorry. So.
Wow, you just killed his dog.
No, how is she with the dog? Is the dog good with her? Or?
Yeah, they have two dogs, and one of them's really, 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 really sketchy. You have to really pay. It's a little small.
That's why small dogs.
Yeah, but it's one of those like cow dogs or whatever. I don't know what you call them.
Herding.
Some kind of shepherd.
Oh, okay.
But it's the little one.
The miniature.
You have to really keep your eyes open to see where that dog is at all times.
Right.
Because she tends to follow everybody around real closely.
Yeah, you want to watch out. Yeah.
Yeah, but she gets along with Jackson great.
Well, golden retrievers are usually pretty
Oh,
good
they're
with
best dogs on the
they're,
planet.
they're usually really good with kids and other dogs, and
They're like a pillow for the kid, you know?
Yeah. Well, I've got a picture on my phone of her laying in Jackson's
right here in the stomach
like
area.
in the stomach
Yeah.
area. Jackson's like spread out, and
You need to get
she's
that
like-
blown up
like-
and frame it.
So cute.
Well, I've got it on my phone.
Yeah, but blow it up and frame it and hang it someplace.
Yeah, not bad.
That's going to be great when she gets older and she can say, "Look,
I now have more photos of my seriously.
I know.
I have more photos of my granddaughter, and she's March, April, May, almost 2 months old.
Yeah.
More photos of her on my phone than all of the photos I have ever put on my phone combined.
See, that's a true
Which
granddaddy.
means I've got about 10.
Yeah. I was going to say, that's not a lot, Charlie. I've seen the pictures on your phone. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, that's a good granddaddy right there. All right, coming up, Charlie Parker will check in with Uncle Charlie, see what's on his mind. Coming right up, WOAI News Time, 8:15. I will work on that, Eric. Let me see what I can do. I have your contact info and email, so I can get back to you on that. You are welcome. Just ahead of headlines, traffic and weather together on this Yacht Rock Tuesday. Coming up each and every weekday, 9:30 to 5:30, your chance to win $1,000. We call it bonus bucks. All you have to do is listen. Right before the news at the bottom of the hour from 9:30 to 5:30, you'll hear a word. Once you hear that word, go to WOAI.com, enter that word, and you can win $1,000. Somebody's going to win. Might as well be you. Charity, what else is going on?
Well, Donald Trump's fixer-turned foe, Michael Cohen, will be back on the stand today in the former president's hush money trial. Texas Democrats are demanding Governor Abbott call a special session for more school funding. And AAA is predicting an increase in travel for Memorial Day weekend nationwide compared to last year. We'll have the latest coming up. Right now, traffic and weather together.
Sunny skies today, highs in low 90s. Tomorrow, except for a few afternoon clouds, lots of sunshine, highs in the low 90s. Thursday, a mixture of clouds and sun with scattered thunderstorms, a potential for some severe thunderstorms, highs in the low to mid 80s. 64 in Universal City, 65 in Hondo, and 64 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 8:20. San Antonio's first news on this Yacht Rock Tuesday. Mr. T along with Charity McCurdy. Charlie Parker's here. Chris Duell out today. But it is that segment. We like to call it Uncle Charlie's. We want to know what's on Uncle Charlie's mind. So what's on your mind, Uncle Charlie?
The National Football League schedule. They have already told us, well, the NFL has already, we know that their opening night is Thursday, September 5th. We know it's Baltimore and Kansas City.
And it's 114 days from today.
114 days from today. We know that for the first time since 2012, that there will be games, 2 of them, on a Wednesday.
Wow.
The last, in 2012, they had games on Wednesday so that they didn't coincide with one of the national political conventions.
Oh, okay.
I don't remember if it was the Republican or the Democratic one. So there'll be 2 games on Christmas Day. Christmas, as we just mentioned, is on a Wednesday, and there will be 2 games. The rest of the schedule, we know who teams are playing.
Right.
We just don't know
when,
the times and the dates.
Yeah.
Whether it'll be like a Sunday night or a Sunday afternoon,
right.
when they're going to be. And that's all going to be released tomorrow night, 7:00 here in San Antonio.
Okay.
Now, here's your question of the day. If you wanted to watch every NFL game this season, what would it cost you?
Let's see, what's Amazon Prime's?
I'm going to go $100.
About $850.
What?
Yeah.
What?
You got Peacock.
Okay.
Prime.
Got it.
NFL Network. That means you've got to have
either a
cable or a
Fubo
satellite
or
service that
Fubo
has
or something
NFL
like that, yeah.
Network. You get your CBS, your Fox, and your NBC.
Right.
But then again, Peacock, Prime, NFL Network, and now they're talking about, they're real close, and it's probably going to happen before the season begins. There will be games on Netflix.
On Netflix?
So all of those streaming services, you'd have to have a plan.
Yeah.
They're saying it could cost you in the neighborhood of $850.
Well, good news is I have all those. So,
right.
Yeah, so I'm okay.
Yeah, I do
I'm
too.
okay.
So
Yeah.
I'm okay. But I really, we've talked about this before.
Yeah,
I really hate streaming sporting events.
Yes.
The backing up and the fast forward, the pausing,
and the jumping back
then
and forth
you have
between
to
games.
wait
Yes.
for it to recycle. It's just too much trouble. But we also have talked ad nauseum in the past that there will come a point, and if that's not bad enough, what we just talked about, there's going to come a point where it's going to be like every game is a pay-per-view game. at some point in the future.
Well, technically it is.
Yeah.
Yes, technically that's what it is right now. Yeah. And you forgot to mention that September 8th, Sunday, September 8th, Cleveland Browns will face the Dallas Cowboys in Cleveland. That is a 3:25 game, and it will be the debut of Tom Brady on Fox Television.
So the only reason they've announced that
is
game
because of Tom Brady.
is because of Tom Brady?
Yep.
You think he'll be any good?
I think so. I mean, you'll just tune in just to look at him. I mean, that's half
Well,
of
maybe
it.
you will.
Yeah, I will.
Yeah. I don't know. To be honest with you, I don't have a feeling on this yet.
Yeah.
I really don't know.
I thought Romo was going to suck.
So did I.
And then he was real good for about 7 games.
And then he got in his
sucked.
head. Yes.
And then he started sucking.
Well, I think because people told him he was really good.
Yeah.
And then
And there will obviously be changes this year. CBS, I think both Boomer Esiason and Bill Sims are both gone from that dais or whatever you want to call it. Where
Yeah.
they all sit around the table. Can't remember who they said they're going to
I
replace.
I don't remember, but they
with.
are replacing him. Yes.
And Michael Irvin is gone from the
NFL
NFL
Network.
Network and their Sunday coverage. A lot of changes.
Yeah.
All about money.
Yeah.
Who
Well,
can
they
you
got to
get
pay Tom
and-
Brady. I mean, come on, that ain't cheap.
Well, Fox has to pay
I
him.
know. So that means, come on. We got
I
to
think it's been announced how much kind of money he's going to make.
Oh yeah,
hasn't
it's a lot.
Is it going to be more than Romo got?
Oh yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, they made him an offer that was unbelievable.
I listen to the broadcasters when I'm watching games. I don't really need them.
No.
Especially sideline reporters. I don't need sideline reporters at all. But, it is what it is.
Yeah. Thank you, Bruce Bowen. That is Uncle Charlie. He's going to stick around for a little while. Coming up, we'll talk to Joe Pags and see what he's doing after he's coming back from his vacation. That's coming up at 8:40. Right now, it's WOEI News Time, 8:26.
8:30 is our time. San Antonio's First News. Good Tuesday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, former President Trump's hush money trial is getting underway. More primary elections are being held today, and Texas Democrats demand more school funding. Details ahead. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Tuesday: sunshine, a high in the low 90s. Tonight's low near 65. Right now, we're at 64 degrees. Well, former President Trump's hush money trial in New York City resumes with his former attorney, Michael Cohen, back on the stand, and Trump spoke outside the courthouse just moments ago.
The judge, as you know, is totally conflicted, and everybody's talking about it. It's an embarrassment to New York legal analyst Michael Moore of CNN. Doesn't think the prosecution has proven its case. Senator John Kennedy, respected gentleman, I will tell you that trial says more about politics than it does about an alleged crime. If you want to hide something from Bragg, you put it in the law book. Bringing in a fellow criminal trial, it hasn't proved to be a felony. There was no crime. Everybody's saying there's no crime. There was absolutely. But I've been here for almost 4 weeks in an icebox. I call it the icebox, listening to a judge who's totally corrupt and conflicted.
Trump faces 34 felony counts in the case. The state has suggested they could rest their case as soon as this week, meaning Michael Cohen will be one of their final witnesses. Well, primary election voters will set the fields in a couple of races that will determine control of the Senate in November. Fox's Jared Halpern has more on Decision 2024.
Democrats in Maryland vote in a hotly contested Senate primary. Congressman David Trone and County Executive Angela Alsobrooks are vying for their party's nomination in a general election matchup against Republican and popular former two-term governor Larry Hogan. Hogan's entry into the race boosted the GOP's outlook in the usually reliably blue state. In West Virginia, a crowded field of candidates looks to replace retiring Democrat Joe Manchin in the Senate. It's considered one of the best flip opportunity contenders. Governor Jim Justice, who has the endorsement of former President Trump, he faces off against Congressman Alex Mooney. In Washington, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
President Biden is trailing Donald Trump in 5 of 6 key battleground states in new polling. The New York Times, Siena College, and the Philadelphia Inquirer surveys found Trump ahead of Biden in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, Georgia, and Pennsylvania. Biden, meanwhile, narrowly leads Trump in Wisconsin among registered voters. Biden won all 6 of the states in 2020. Well, Secretary of State Antony Blinken is in Ukraine as new American weapons begin to arrive.
Antony Blinken said it was wonderful to be back in Kyiv, stepping off the train after a 9-hour ride. No express service either for the tranche of U.S. weapons only now reaching the Ukrainian front line. Air defenses, artillery, and long-range guided missiles supplies Ukraine's been waiting for months. Their troops are battling a new cross-border Russian advance towards Ukraine's second city, Kharkiv. Secretary Blinken is meeting President Volodymyr Zelensky. A senior U.S. official says he'll deliver a message of reassurance at a difficult moment. Jonathan Savage, Fox News.
39 Texas House Democrats have signed onto a letter written by Houston area Representative John Rosenthal asking for a boost to public education funding. Rosenthal wants Governor Abbott to call a special session, but doesn't think it'll happen. The Democrats want an increase of $1,000 in the basic allotment, which is how much a school gets per year per child. The letter also asks for more money, a new safety allotment. It was passed last session, but no money has been allocated. Well, it seems that people who work for indicted Democratic Congressman Henry Cuellar can't leave his office fast enough.
Sources in Washington, D.C. say out of 15 Cuellar staff members, only 3 or 4 full-time employees are left in his office, and they are reportedly looking to follow the others out the door. Cuellar and his wife were charged with accepting nearly $600,000 in bribes from a pair of foreign entities. Cuellar maintains his innocence and is continuing his campaign for re-election in November. Eric Lycum, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
Well, the school year is almost over and families are planning a Memorial Day trip to kick off summer vacation. Experts say this year will be a record setter when it comes to travel over the 3-day weekend.
3.6 million total Texans traveling. That's a 4% increase over last year.
Daniel Armbruster with AAA Texas says they've seen steady increases in travel since the COVID pandemic ended. Most people will be traveling by car. That's Memorial Day weekend, and that means the top destinations will be the Texas coastline and San Antonio's Riverwalk. And gas prices are at the same level they were last time at this time. Well, Judge Judy is on the other side of the bench for a lawsuit.
Judge Judy Scheinlin is getting into a legal battle of her own. The TV judge has sued the parent company of the National Enquirer and In Touch Weekly for a story that claims she tried to help the Menendez brothers get a retrial after they were convicted of murdering their parents. The story was first published on In Touch Weekly's website on April 10th. Then it appeared at their sister publication, The National Enquirer, both owned by Accelerate 360 Media. Her lawsuit speculated that the news outlets used statements in a Fox Nation docuseries made by Judy Ramos, a woman identified as an alternate juror in the first Menendez trial, and misattributed them to the television judge. Michelle Polino, Fox News.
It is 8:37. Traffic and weather together in a minute, but first, to check of your money and the world of business, we welcome in Ed Corey live at the Bloomberg News Desk. All right, thanks, Ed. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Here's traffic and weather.
San Antonio's first news on this Yacht Rock Tuesday. Mr. T, along with Charity McCurdy and Charlie Parker. Chris Duell out today, and Joe Pags has been on vacation. So, Joe, what did you do on your vacation?
detoxed for a little while, got away from the news and got away from the news cycle and the news tornado. And now back into it. We're going to get the very latest on the Trump trial in New York. It's a ridiculous trial that shouldn't be happening. We'll give you the very latest on that. Plus, we've got a young student from Columbia University. He actually founded the Columbia Sundial. Going to give us an update on what's going on that campus. And it's confusing what's happening with Lauren Boebert's seat and Ken Buck's seat in Colorado in the U.S. House of Representatives. I'll have a guy who's involved in the entire mix named Greg Lopez. Don't miss a second. Today at 5, News Radio 1200 WOAI. Have a good morning.
Thanks, Joe. That is Joe Pags. You can catch him each and every weekday from 5 to 8. So on Thursday, a very special birthday, at least for me, because I grew up a lot on this guy. Jack in the Box, Jack from Jack in the Box, birthday is on Thursday, the 16th. And in honor of his birthday, they're giving away free stuff all week. I'll get to that in a minute. Now, according to legend, Jack in the Box, Jack as a mascot, was first introduced in 1951.
Jack in the Box has been around that long?
Yes. Jack the person,
okay,
the guy that you see on TV, came out in 1994. Rumor has it he was born in Colorado on May 16th, stands 6'8" without his hat. It weighs 195 pounds.
All right, so Jack in the Box is 73.
And Jack
the person
is 30.
Is 30.
Gonna be 30 on the 16th.
So they've been using the same mascot, I guess.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Used to. You wouldn't know because you're so young.
Yeah.
The order area, that whatever you call that.
The box.
That you order from was one big giant round clown head.
Cool.
That's
Why'd they
how
get rid of that?
That's
I
who
don't
you talk
know.
to.
I don't know why they got rid of that. That was so cool. You pull up there and you talk to Jack.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then they brought this guy, Jack, around, and then he does that. So here's what they're doing. Starting today, 2 free tacos. Tomorrow, a free chicken sandwich. On his actual birthday, Thursday, a free Jumbo Jack. And then on Friday, free fries. Saturday, a free fountain drink. And then on Sunday, a free regular size shake. Now, all you got to do is sign up for the Jack Pack Rewards.
Of course, an app.
An app.
Well, that's what everybody wants you to do. I get tired of being asked that at the drive-thru. Are you using our app? No. And do you ever notice that then they change voices?
Yes.
Then somebody else comes on.
The real person. The first guy was AI, and then when you're not
I'm
on the app.
not sure I have ever eaten anything from Jack in the Box other than their tacos.
Really? Not even the mini tacos?
Well, it's still
Yeah,
tacos.
well, they're
not
different.
bad either,
They're
but they don't have
different.
any lettuce in
Yeah,
there.
So have you never left a bar at closing time, like in your early
Oh,
20s?
plenty of times
Okay.
I've left the bar at closing
All right.
time.
That's usually what's open.
And get the tacos.
Yeah, and get the tacos.
Get the tacos.
And there are no super tacos anymore.
No, I know what happened, man.
I don't know.
Because that was a lot easier.
I just remember the day that happened. I was having a bad day, like 2 or 3 things had gone wrong, and I hit a Jack in the Box to get some super tacos, and they told me that there was no more
Yeah,
super,
what?
they'd been discontinued. And like an idiot, in the moment, I laid out for the person I was talking to everything that happened to me that day. Oh, first of all this, then this, and now you're telling me there's no more super tacos. What's going on today?
What are you piling on now? Hey, look, I like those tacos. I mean, I can only have them every now and then. But when I was younger and single, I mean, I lived off those things for a while because they were $3 for $1 at one time.
And they're super thin, right?
Yes.
And they're loaded with beans. I
No,
remember.
no.
No, there's no beans.
We actually don't know what is in there.
It's a meat of
Some sort.
no,
Well,
there's no beans in there.
Well, we're not really sure what
Yeah.
it is, and we really don't want to know.
Yeah.
It's good though.
Oh, yeah, they are
Oh,
good.
they're outstanding.
That does sound good. I mean, you know.
Now, who would win a fight? Ronald McDonald or Jack?
Oh, Jack
Jack.
would kick his ass.
Just
Okay.
headbutt him,
What
you know,
about
it's
Jack
done.
or that really weird-looking King
Oh,
guy
Jack.
from
Jack.
Burger King?
Jack.
I think Jack's.
Yeah.
Anybody else got?
Look, if Wendy
Somebody-
shows up, all bets are off.
Oh, she's
Wendy.
a redhead. She'll
Yeah.
kill you.
Yeah, exactly.
She'll bring a blade. I guarantee
Exactly.
you. Wendy's coming armed.
Which, by the way, you mentioned the apps. Everywhere you go, remember Arby's was giving away a free sandwich?
If
I
you had
love
the
it.
app.
Yeah, I wanted to go, and then I found out it was an app only. I'm like, never mind.
And for this Jack in the Box deal, you have to purchase something like dollar purchase minimum.
Nope. All you have to do is sign up for the Jack Pack Rewards.
Okay.
Yeah, there's no such thing. I don't think there is anything for $1. Is there?
No, the tacos are not $1
Okay.
anymore.
All right.
They're not. They're like $1.29 for 2.
I think they're more than.
Are they? See, it's been a while.
Well, I haven't
It's
been
been a
in,
while,
I
so
don't,
yeah.
you know,
We'll
at
have to
least a
find out.
year,
I'll
but
let you know because I'll stop on the way home. I'll let you know because Cindy's out today. So
you have one near you? Or
yeah,
you go
well,
buy
I
one?
go buy like 4 of them. So yeah,
Mhm.
I will stop at the one closest to my house.
Show
So-
research in the name of
exactly.
research. Yeah.
Can I write it off?
Yeah, technically, yeah.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Then I'm getting them. Everybody tacos. All right. Coming up, your Sean Hannity Morning Minute before we turn things over to Glenn Beck. WOEI News Time, 8:46. Just ahead of headlines, traffic, and weather together on this Yacht Rock Tuesday. It's a good song. I like this one a lot. And
I
coming
like
up,
him better when he's not yacht rocking.
yeah,
You know, when he's
just rocking. Yeah, when he's just rocking. All right, coming up after headlines, traffic, and weather together, some things you might not know about a yacht rock song that we played earlier. Charity, what else is going on?
Former President Trump's ex-lawyer is back on the stand in his hush money trial. President Biden is trailing Donald Trump in 5 of the 6 key battleground states in new polling. And Texans in Congress want to withhold funds from Mexico over an ongoing water dispute. We'll have the latest coming up. Right now, traffic and weather together.
Sunny skies today, highs in the low 90s. It's 64 in Alamo Heights, 64 at Lackland Air Force Base, and 64 here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time 8:52. Oh, the things you learn when Uncle Charlie comes in. This song we played a little bit earlier on a Yacht Rock Tuesday by Ace. How long has this been going on? Charlie asked me during the break what I thought the song was about. And I think I thought, just like everybody else, his girlfriend or wife was messing around with somebody else.
Is that what you think, Charity?
No, because I remember the true meaning of the song from you some years back. You
See,
told
I
us.
don't remember that.
Okay. First of all, they're British.
Right.
A lot of people didn't know that. They thought they were an
England,
American
yeah.
band. And the lead vocalist was Paul Carrack.
Okay.
Or Carrick.
Yeah.
Who later became the lead vocalist for Mike and the Mechanics.
Yes.
But the song sounds like a love song.
A jilted
somebody
lover song,
cheating.
yes.
Actually, Paul Carrack or Carrick, I don't know how you pronounce it, found out that the lead guitarist in the band, Ace, was moonlighting with other bands around
Whoa.
town.
Whoa.
So the song is not like, how long have you been cheating on me with some...
How long you been cheating with
how
other
long have
bands?
you been cheating on the band playing
Wow.
other places?
See, it's stuff you won't learn anywhere else.
Yeah, and it wasn't, then all of a sudden it lost its magic. Or,
Usually
I guess in
happens
some
like that.
instances you can say, oh, wow, new magic.
Yeah, because after that, I mean, they really didn't do much else after that, did they?
Well, when you got Paul Carrack and as
That's
much
true.
work as he's done,
Yeah.
because he's done a lot of stuff as a solo artist.
Yeah, exactly.
Or again, Carrick. I don't know how you
Yeah,
pronounce it.
see, Carrick. Yeah, I get it. So you remember that story, Charity?
I do. I remember thinking the whole time it was about him catching his woman in the act. But no, yeah.
Now I'm going to go home and listen to the whole song a little bit closer and see if I can, just dissect the words. To
Oh,
see.
sure. It's
Yeah.
pretty simple. It's not a difficult. Yeah, it's a pretty simple.
It's not Ring My Bell
song.
easy, but it's pretty close.
Well, why would you want to go down the Ring My Bell?
I just gave you the whole song right there. Ring My Bell. You can ring my bell. That's it.
Ooh, Anita Ward. Wow, that just ruined my day.
I did. I achieved my goal. I ruined your
Ruined my
day. And it's not even 9 o'clock yet.
Yeah.
It's only Tuesday. Yeah.
All right. Thanks to everybody that was watching on YouTube, and thanks to everybody listening, of course. And thank you, Charlie, for coming in. Charity, we'll see it. We'll do it again tomorrow. What
Let's
you
do
say?
it.
All
Yeah.
right. It's now time for your Sean Hannity Morning Minute.